How is the taxpayers' money being spent in this country called Kenya? If you go to the internet, you will see so many politicians living very luxurious lives, traveling in different countries without doing anything of importance to Kenya or the Kenyan people. You will see them building or buying expensive houses, buying very expensive cars. But when you go to their constituents, if you look at the people who voted for them, the people are suffering. Look at this video of Millicent Omanga blessing herself with taxpayers' money after buying a Bentley. Take a look. While the taxpayers' money is being spent, misused by the politicians, Winnie Obiero, who is the secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya Women's League, she came out and expressed her concerns about the abductions, the killings, and also wrongful imprisonment of comrades who are out there fighting for good governance and a better future of this country. Listen to what Winnie Obiero had to say.
President Ruto and his administration will not cease their violent campaigns of killing, abduction, and imprisonment of some of the finest patriots of our land. In this, it is our duty to organize and mobilize the masses to challenge this dictatorship. This patriarchal culture perpetuates gender-based violence, rape, and discrimination. Women are disproportionately affected by issues such as single motherhood, unequal income, and social injustices. The economic system of capitalism has worsened these social ills, leaving women and young girls in Kenya particularly vulnerable. These acts of harassment and assassination must be condemned. We stand in solidarity with all Kenyans, especially women, young girls, and children who are enduring this suffering. In this meeting today, the Communist Party of Kenya Revolutionary Women League, we commit to offer practical support urgently needed by those affected by this systemic violence and oppression. We recognize the vital role that international solidarity plays in exposing draconian rule as demonstrated by the struggles faced by people in Peru and other regions.
Kenyans, do we have extraterrestrial beings living among us? Senator Abbas Sheikh revealed in Parliament that there are illegal foreigners, illegal aliens who are in this country called Kenya, and they're engaging themselves in shady deals and illegal activities, which is starting to affect our communities here in Kenya. Listen to what Senator Abbas Sheikh had to say about this.
And what is going in this country, I think the security of this country is going out of hand. And it's the high time that the security officers must take charge of the security of this country. There are so many foreigners who have now made Kenya as a heaven, enjoying all that, and they do what they can do at their own way. There are so many people who run away from their countries are now hiding in this country, investing in this country, the money looted from other countries. I think it is a high time we need to audit who is who in Kenya, so at least we can be safe. As it is, every day you're hearing somebody has been killed. Every day people are disappearing, and you don't know who is doing it. So it's a high time that we need to take charge of this country, and security officers must take charge of this country. And we must know who is a foreigner and who is a Kenyan, because we are not able to know who is who.
As far as I can remember, there was a time where a law was passed that clubs should not be near schools, hospitals, or even residential areas. But in today's Kenya, you'll find clubs everywhere. One man couldn't get enough sleep because of the noise pollution being emitted from that establishment that was near his house. So he went to confront the owner, but he was met with violence. This incident took place in Shauri Moyo. Take a look.
Eugene ameniumiza. Kila mtu anajua. Leo nimemkuta Eugene. Ameniumiza. Ndio hiyo. Ongojea, ameniumiza na chupa. Ndio hii na record. Eugene ameniumiza na chupa. Unaweza nipeleka? Mpaka nifike wapi? Ndio nauza mpaka nifike wapi? Utanipeleka mpaka wapi? Sawa, tupelekane na wewe. Utanipeleka mpaka wapi? Mpaka mwisho wa dunia. Huu ni Eugene anasema hivyo mwenye bar. Inanipigianga kelele na niko na recording. Tupatane kwa governor. Tupatane kwa governor. Ndio huyo wewe Eugene. Sawa. Sawa. Kuja na wenye utakuja na wao. Hii utanilipa. Hii utanilipa. Eugene anasema amenipiga na hii glasi ya pombe na anasema tupelekane. Tupelekane. Mtu wa governor. Tupatane na Eugene.
This is totally unacceptable. You have no business operating a club in a residential area. And also you don't have the right to harm anybody who is complaining about the loud music that is coming from your establishment. Why would you hurt this young man for coming out and speaking up about the noise pollution being emitted from your establishments? Why would you hurt them? And also you don't have any right and any business operating in a residential area. You have no business to operate there. Why would you open a club in a residential area, disturbing the peace of the children who needs to wake up in the morning and go to school? People are working. They need enough sleep to wake up in the morning. But you, because of your greediness and selfishness, you open a club in a residential area. Why? People are tired. Kenyans are tired to the point even this man went on and burnt Ruto's picture. How long? How long will our people, our African people, Africans, continue suffering in the hands of their own leaders and also in the hands of foreign powers who are just taking advantage of our people and our land, our resources, our minerals? They are taking over everything. When will this suffering stop? A US congressman by the name of Matt Gaetz said that a real president, a real US president will go and invade Niger. And you guys will see that Niger fought for their freedom and they got their freedom. And they came together, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger, creating the Sahel region. But yet, one stupid man from the US says that he wants to bring war, invade Niger. Nonsense. Just listen to this.
You know what a real U.S. president would do? Say that C-130s are on their way to Niger today with the water and the medicine and the food our troops need, that they will have a full fighter pilot escort there. And if the Nigeri government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and their family members.
So the way he has like this little pause before he says thugs, like he's like third world thugs. It's like he wants to say like the N-word. Like I'm hearing like a hard R, even though he's not saying it. For the time being, the United States has lost that battle. The United States military has officially all been expelled from Niger. So they are no longer in the air base that he's referring to. It's really important, obviously, that we defend Niger in this moment. I think we need to be super realistic. What Niger has done is incredibly bold. Like, you don't kick out the United States military and not face any consequence. That doesn't happen, right? It's not like the United States is like, okay, you've given us the boot, we respect that. There's no reality in which, this isn't something where the United States is going to retaliate in some way or another. And so I really, really want people, like, if they take nothing else away from this entire stream, to understand that like this is the time to organize to defend the Alliance of Sahel states, all three countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger.
That is a very primitive statement coming from the US Congressman Matt Gaetz. That was very foolish and stupid, because here in Africa, we are not looking for war, but we want to develop our countries and have a better future for our own people. You go and beat your drum somewhere else. Matt Gates, you are not welcome here with that kind of primitive, stupid, and immature mindset.
And if the Nigerian government or any other third world thug tries to even turn on their air defense systems, we should show those leaders and those thugs what the target package looks like on their houses and their family members.
Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? A member of parliament by the name of Peter Salasia, he confronted Raila Odinga and he told him that to stop preaching oversight while selling out his own members to push the president's agenda. Listen to what Peter Salasia had to say about this.
Mimi nataka niulize watu wa ODM, mkiwa mnasema ukweli, kama kweli baba anasema na believe in mambo ya oversight, mbona aliuzia Ruto wale ODM wake members wake kwenda kule? Lazima tuambiane ukweli. So you cannot talk about the issues to do with the oversight when you are still giving your members, unawapatia una hand over kwa rais ataweza msaidie kupush agenda ya mambo ya shasha hapa yenye wanasema hapa. Na yeye bado anasema hivyo, yeye ana support mambo ya Dan. Ndio tumesema mara hii sisi hatutaenda hiyo safari ya kuweka kwa mnanda. Bili yoyote ikikuja ambayo iko controversial, lazima tuangalie the implication yake itakuwa namna gani. Tulileta the new model funding iko na shida. Tumeleta hii maneno ya SHA kwa sababu hatuko na transition, proper transition. Ndio hii imeleta shida, watu wetu wanaumia.
In some countries around the world, corruption, theft, robbery is not tolerated. Some of them, they hang their leaders just for being corrupt. They assassinate their leaders for being corrupt. They charge their leaders for being corrupt. But in Kenya, corruption has been like a game. It's a daily occurrence. It has been normalized in Kenya, where anybody can steal any amount of money they want and there will be no repercussions. Listen to what Honorable Marianne Kitang had to say, and also comparing the corruption here, also the corruption countries like Dubai, China. They don't joke with corrupt people. Listen to this.
I mentioned about in Dubai, if you steal, your hand is cut off. And the same Kenyans work in Dubai, know that they don't, but they don't steal. I can leave my phone. I can leave my phone just here in Dubai and nobody will touch it. Try that at home. They say try that at home. You will be surprised. It is because of the cultures and what we have done. In terms of legislation, we have over-legislated in this issue called corruption. We have actually over-legislated. We have EACC, we have DCI, we have PPRB, we have all these entities that we have put together, including Parliament, which is an oversight.
Why are we not
But at the end of the day, even despite all this, you still find that we are even bringing in a law on conflict of interest. Tomorrow you will find another law, and we will bring as many laws and many laws. But there is always people always say, you want to get to the destination, if the doors are shut, the windows are shut, you can use a panya route, meaning there is another route you will get to the destination. Okay. Why? Is because I think we as a country, we as our culture, have refused to accept that. Let's serve the public. And
so many politicians out there who are pretending every day to fight for the people and work for the people, but yet they're not doing anything. But if you confront them, you will end up missing or even dead. Listen to what this man of God had to say about our leaders who are being selfish and also going overboard to the point of taking somebody's life. Listen to this.
There is no leader, a thief, who stole from the public, raised their family from stealing money, who have a strong family behind them. They die leaving hopeless generations, broken generationally, broken genetically, broken socially, broken familiarly. It's as simple as that. Selfishness. Selfishness. Even if you kill everybody, you don't become great. You become a leader who killed. People will not revere you as the great man who lived in leading others. People will fear you because you are a killer. You kill because of either insecurity, esteem, or whatever. Jesus is telling us, embrace the challenges of life. Something must be done. Number two, if we want to be those great men.
The governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja, he was at the Soweto Catholic Church when one woman from the audience started wailing profusely. seeking the attention of the Nairobi governor, asking for help. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Na watu wa Nairobi ni mzuri tuelewe. Katiba yetu inasema kwamba capital city ya Kenya lazima iwe na njoo. Sawa. Ni sawa kuja. Ni sawa, tutaangalia mambo yake. Ni sawa tu, tafadhali.
So Kenyans, did this woman get any help from the governor? If you know her whereabouts, tell us in the comments down below.
Yes. 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 Hapana wata. Ule amefanya nani?
When politicians are corrupt in a country, it is the citizens, the people who will suffer. One woman from Ongata Rongai, she went to buy cooking oil, but when she arrived at home cooking for her family, she found out that the liquid is not cooking oil, but it is water. She got scammed. Take a look.
We, manze, wenye si tunapenda vitu vya rahisi, kimeturamba. Seal ndiyo hii ni ya yogurt. Unajionea? Ndani si mafuta na 1500 ilienda jana. Rongai 1500. Ndio hiyo mafuta. Unaona juu ni mafuta, chini ni maji. Unaona? Mkuwe careful. Kimeturamba. Mafuta ni Sportman. Maji 1500. Sijui venye tunaenda kuambia mabwana.
So if you have ever been scammed before, tell us in the comments down below, like, how was your experience?
Ndani si mafuta na 1500 ilienda jana. Rongai 1500. Ndio hiyo mafuta. Unaona juu ni mafuta, chini ni maji. Unaona?
A Kenyan influencer by the name of Chebet Rono, she has made headlines for imitating the president of Kenya, President William Ruto. Take a look at this video of Chebet Rono imitating the president.
Ndani si mafuta na 1500 ilienda jana. Rongai 1500. Ndio hiyo mafuta. Unaona juu ni mafuta, chini ni maji. Unaona?
Remember, I said no extrajudicial killings will be done when... No, sir, we are saying many murders are going unaccounted for. Women are dying. What do you have to say? When I entered office, I made one promise. No extrajudicial killings will be done in Mheshimiwa. We know, we are asking about the May scandal. What about that? When I entered office, I made one thing very clear. No extrajudicial.
Dia zamani wanakamatoa hapa hivi. Hapo yako kwa hiyo ngoja. Hapo zamani yako na tension.
17 iko control.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Justin Muturi abduction scandal,
I would just say bring it on,
to GenZ body recovered. Is he serious?
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot.
Family fights for father's release.
Mimi siendi. Kitu nasema sirudi Nairobi. Kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na wala siendi.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. Abductions is still happening in Kenya. It's still taking place in Kenya without shame. Without shame, even from the international audience. And Wajakoya, he has come out and said that anytime you see someone being abducted, Kenyans, take matters into your own hands. That's not what he had to say.
Shikeni hawa watu. Either wapeleke polisi, wakiwa na bunduki, apply force, restrain them. Washikwe, wapelekwe, na kama anataka kuleta nuks, wachapwe. That's the only way out, because tuko na serikali ambayo inatakana kulinda watu. Hapa watu wanasema ati enda waandike statement kwa polisi, kama umeona vile wameambia Muturi hapa ati kama alikuwa na hiyo maneno andike statement kwa polisi. Unaenda kuandika statement, hawa wameshika mtoto wako, hataki kujitambulisha, unaenda kama kuwachezea muziki ile kuchezea mbuzi gitaa. Unajua mbuzi ni burukenge. Come on, if it's me, deal with the situation the way it comes as a soldier. Because mahali tumefika, mbona hatujakuwa hapa siku zingine? Wakati wa Moi tulikuwa na hiyo, dunia ikasaidia because of the Cold War. Saa hizi tuko na Rais Ruto, watu wananyongwa, watoto watu wanapigwa, wanashikwa, wanatekwa nyara. Serikali ni yake, sio ya mtu mwingine.
I'm still wondering, like many other people out there who are still wondering, where are the missing abductees? Where are those men and women who have been abducted? Those GenZs who have been abducted, who are still missing till date? Where are they and how are they surviving? Bernard Kavuli, who was abducted, later on released, he came out and said that he saw approximately 32 people being held in a single room.
For those who do not understand Kikamba, what Kavuli Bernard was saying in the interview that he had during his homecoming party at home in Ukambani was, he was taken to the first place, he stayed for 5 days, he was only given water twice. Very dark room. He was beaten twice a day, clothless, naked. Then they were taken to another place inside the forest. And there, he says he saw Muteti, and there were many young people. He estimates that there could have been 32 of them who were held there captives in the middle of a forest. And they also
a man by the name of Mr. Hilary Gichuki, who was allegedly wrongfully arrested and remanded at Kirale prisons for a whole year, Kenyans, for a whole year without being presented to court. His family, the Mziza family, they went on to campaign for their father's release. And I'm just wondering, is it possible under the Kenyan laws to arrest somebody and imprison them for a whole year without trial, without being presented to court? Is this not illegal? Is this not holding somebody hostage? Just take a look.
Pesa 1400 ikawa nikazunguzwa hivyo tena ni Oshioro akiwa huku. Then unaweza wekea mtu pesa aje? Na hiyo jina. Unasikia venye anasema? Huyo ndio nataka aje. Inatoa Kevin. Tunaitumia saa hii. Inatoa Kevin. Huyo ajeri mimi ndio nataka. Ndio nikukilipa pesa kama ni kweli. Tujue ajeri na Hilary walikuwa na uhusiano gani? Hata itoi Angeline inatoa.
Na mbona huyu mama hakuendea Angeline mwenye alimwekea?
Anasema hakuenda. Ndio hapo ndio nafikia. Na hapo ndio nilitusiwa na polisi. Nilikuja anikafanyiwa hivi na polisi mwenye alimleta alinifanyia hivi.
Lazima ifike.
Hata niulize statement yangu. Sina haki. Hapana. Hiyo imenichokeza ama
mwaka mzima
mpaka hapa.
Mmoja tu.
Niende nikajikalise.
Mmoja tu angoje aujue na probation ndio apewe nini?
Mimi siedi. Kitu nasema zirudi Nairobi kama sijapata haki yangu. Kama nitakaa 1 wiki kwa hii gari na wala siendi. Naendelea zistahili. Siendi. Tunaenda huko. Hata mkitunyima nini ya kukaa, tuendi. Mimi wala siwezi enda. Nikakae wapi na watoto wangu? Nikakae wapi?
Mwaka mzima kila
kitu ya kukula. Saa zingine unasijaibu kumpe ati mtoto anaisija. Mimi kazi iliza nikitafutia huyu alikuwa juzi, huyu ni mzaa alizaa juzi. Mtoto hajafikisha miezi 2 na niko na mtoto mwingine. Hiyo nayo hapana. Then tulisimama kwa koti nikasitizia bwana yangu hiyo statement bwana ilitolewa juzi. Alikuja kunifanyia hivi ati hata niitisie bwana yangu statement. Kwa nini? Atukue pia huyu aweke hapo.
The young people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, have been very vocal and holding the government accountable. But it clearly seems like the government has tried abductions and even worse, killing to shut down the young people, to shut down the Gen Zs, but it has all failed miserably. Force will not work on the young people. What we want is accountability, good governance, and a better future for this country. Listen to what Kevin Ayodi had to say.
But I want to tell the government one thing. They have tried abductions, they have tried all this killing of the young people. Has anything changed? No, nothing has changed. Okay. So what are we saying? We are saying that the force does not work with these young people. Can we try to figure out something that we can use to make these young people behave? Right now we are seeing when you attack them, the more they become disobedient. Okay. They start coming up with cartoons and everything that upsets you. So what does that show you? Let's come up with an alternative way to see how we can calm down these young people. Because if this behavior continues, like she said, when the police comes maybe to arrest someone, these people will come and burn the cars and do everything. We don't want to get to that point.
It has started already.
Yes, it has already started.
People, when they say anyone trying to be arrested,
exactly,
they call it abduction.
And you know how police behave. So if such a fight starts between the police and the citizens, that's when they start shooting people to defend themselves, to defend their own. So we don't want to go to this stage whereby now the citizens decide to torture police vehicles, resisting arrest, themselves. Actually resisting legal arrest, thinking that it's abduction. Okay. So what we are saying is that let this government come up with strategies whereby they can listen to the views of Gen Zs, because they have demonstrated that when Gen Z speak something negative, they get it. That's why you see they speak the funeral. But when they are criticizing something useful, they tell you we don't want this in the finance bill, we don't want this, we don't want. They don't hear that. They don't. In fact, yes.
So Kenyans, do you think it's high time that the President of Kenya, William Ruto, should be arrested and charged for all these happenings that is taking place in this country? Listen to what Jeremiah Kayoni had to say about this.
It's been confirmed here by Muturi that the abductions were really under his command, because he's the one who made the call and the young man was released. So if your son or daughter is released and you cannot get hold of William Ruto, what does that mean to us? We are on our own. When we have the likes of Sudi, Kamket, Kimani Ichung'wa, and Farah Marin, allowing the utterances that we have heard from their mouths in the presence of William Ruto, and to the amusement of him, William Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndio alikuwa anapiga makofi kuliko wananchi wanapotukana watu. It means that the center is not holding. And we as Kenyans must heed the call that has been made by our leader. And we must prepare to do what the South Africans, the people of South Korea, have done. It is time for us to go and arrest William Samoei Ruto from State House, because we are on our own. Hakuna kitu kingine tunangojea, na hakuna Mkenya anangojea kuambiwa Ruto ni mbaya. Wanajua ni mbaya kukuliko wewe mwenyewe. Hakuna jambo unaweza sema kwamba anaweza saidia sisi nalo. It is upon us to organize ourselves and get Ruto home. As leaders, na sisi wote wa Kenya.
Kenyans, abductions have become a national crisis, and different people are using different forums like churches to speak against abductions in Kenya. Let's take a look at this.
You know, when Vika was talking about abductions, because this is something that has also disturbed me a lot as a parent, as a Kenyan, as a brother. But no, I just thought about it and said, the people who are planning it and even executing it, you know, there are people who could be in our neighborhoods. There are people who live amongst us. Some of them are relatives, friends. Some even come to church on Sunday. And as they walk out, they've just abducted. I mean, that's how sad it is, causing so much pain and grief among families. You can imagine if it's your child who has been abducted. Then the people who are responsible, they throw it back to us and say, we as parents are the ones to blame, you know. Somebody causes it, then they are blaming you. Yet we know that the same people who are saying that our children are indisciplined are the ones who are indisciplined, they are the ones who are stealing, causing so much mayhem in the country. So even as we continue praying, let's pray for this dark, evil spirit in them to be exorcised.
Even a man from Kisumu had a very strong message to the President of Kenya about what is currently taking place in this country. Just listen to what he had to say.
President Ruto, uwache kukua peti. We have so many things unafaa udeal nazo. Wachana na vitu vyenye MCA anafaa ufuatilie kijijini. You are bigger than this thing. Show your wisdom kulingana na uwezo uliopatiwa na Mwenyezi Mungu kukaa mahali ulipo. Kulingana na mimi, story na abduction haifai. Iwapo kuna makosa mtu amefanya, kuna protocol inafaa ifuatiliwe ili haki ipatikane. Dan kushika mtu, uende mtese, umuue, wazazi wamemsomesha. Sasa mtoto wa miaka 20, Ruto ako na miaka 60. Tofauti yenu ni gani kama mnafanya kitu inafanana? Kulingana na mimi, you are a parent, you are a leader and you are a president. Fanya vitu kulingana na umri wako na hekima yako.
Even some politicians are not safe from abduction. Justin Muturi, who is the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, he went to Kilimani police station to record a statement regarding the abduction of his son during the anti-government protest in June 2024.
So Nordin Haji calls in Muturi to make a statement about his son, and Muturi ends up exposing all of them. Kwani, I think these guys are possessed. At this point, they're making such blunders, such childish blunders, kindergarten blunders. The blunders you make in training school and you get like a D or an F or an E minus. Because what the hell, now we know they're behind the abductions. And I'm telling you, family, the only thing Nabi's government cares about is their international reputation. And they don't realize, because of the way they behave, Nairobi is the center of the spy world. There's so many spies from all over just roaming in Nairobi. So they're not relying on PR stunts. They're getting the information qua ground. So what is the game plan?
While Justin Muturi, the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, was writing his statement at Kilimani police station, he came out and said that Nordin Haji was responsible for his son's abduction. Later on, Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, he said that Nordin Haji is a huge threat to justice, rule of law and accountability. Just listen to this.
Kenya Kwanza regime is hell-bent on proceeding to unilaterally and single-handedly reconstitute the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This comes against the backdrop of the earlier illegal forcing out of 4 commissioners who disagreed with Mr. Fuller Chebukati over the presidential election results. A biased and partisan IEBC is being put in place. Kenyans know what such a commission has done to this country before.
After Justin Muturi wrote his statement and revealed the dirty secrets that is currently taking place in this country, some politicians were not happy. Like Member of Parliament, Aldai Member of Parliament Marianne Kitany, she went on to threaten Justin Muturi, saying that she will move a censure motion against him in Parliament.
Kama mtoto alikuwa abducted, alafu akarilisiwa, kuna kitu inaitwangwa kwenda kuripot kwa police station. kutoka hiyo miezi 6 tangu siku hiyo aliyekuwa abducted na kurudishwa paka saa hii hujaenda kuripoti kwa police station. Unataka nani akufanyie hiyo kazi? You are the minister for public, meaning hao watu wote in short wana report kwako. Ukikuja kwa media kutuambia kwa press na wewe ndio minister ya hao watu, hiyo ni kusema nini? Si umekosa kazi yako? Umeshindwa na kazi? So bado unafanya nini kwa hiyo ofisi? Wewe ujiuzulu, kuja ongea huku nje kama raia mwema. Ushike microphone kama raia mwema ukiongelesha ukigonga hiyo serikali. Lakini huwezi gonga serikali ukiwa ndani yake. Haiwezekani. Kama huwezi heshimu serikali yenye unaifanyia kazi. Mimi kama mjumbe kazi yangu ni kitu inaitwa oversight. Ninakuambia wewe ujiuzulu, na usipojiuzulu mimi nitapeleka motion bunge ya kusensha wewe.
Apart from Aldai Member of Parliament, Marian Kitan threatening Justin Muturi, even Sylvanus Osoro was not left behind. He came and gave Justin Muturi 10 days. It's either to resign, apologize, or be impeached. Just listen to this.
Justin Muturi, ile kiboko tulipiga Gachagua ndio inakuja kwako. You resign ama nikutoe. Vile tuna resume bunge, because tuko na siku 14 ndio to resume bunge. Justin Muturi, you have 3 options. Ya kwanza, resign. Ya pili, apologize. To ignore your maneno. Ya tatu, we impeach you. Tuna collect signatures. Uende nyumbani. You cannot serve the government of Kenya yenye unalima kila siku. Ati yo maneno namna hii. Sani yako anashikwa akifanya ukora, unasema ni abduction. Na wewe sani yako alipatikana kwa bar na vitu zingine za kufuta sijui nini, akashikwa. Fundisha mtoto wako maadili bwana. Wacha ajipange pole pole. It can't be that the only people complaining are from one region. It can't be. Mpaka ma CSS mumeongezewa. Leo vetting inafanywa ya CSS kutoka mlima. Na sisi tumenyamaza tu. Unafikiria tuko happy?
Despite Kenyans, despite Justin Muturi's son being abducted and also being threatened that he's going to be impeached in parliament, let's listen to the response of the Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi.
I would just say bring it on. At my age, I'm not the kind of person to respond to some of it is really very perfunctory statement made by fairly inexperienced politicians. I think they're not worthy my response. So if anybody thinks that I don't know what I'm doing, then they are up for a rude shock.
Many Kenyans are asking themselves, why did Justin Muturi take 6 months, 6 good months to make this issue public? And how was he trying to solve it? Listen to this.
Na hiyo kulikuwa na hizo habari kwamba mtoto wa Justin Muturi alitekwa nyara. Na ilikuwa ukweli, sio uongo. Lakini ile kitu ambayo watu wanajiuliza, mbona imemchukua miezi 6 kuongea? Mbona imemchukua miezi 6? Lakini ukisoma vizuri hiyo statement yake, yeye anasema kwamba hiyo muda yote alikuwa anajaribu kuuliza maswali ndani ya serikali, kuuliza wahusika ili apate majibu. Kulingana na mimi naona ni kwamba vile anavyoeleza ni kwamba alikuwa anataka kuresolve hiyo issue internally, but like there was no cooperation from those who are concerned. Ndio imemchukua hii muda baada ya yeye kukosa kupata majibu akaona aongee. Mimi kulingana na mimi sioni siasa hapo, ingawaje pia hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa kwamba Justin Muturi anataka kuitumia kisiasa kwa sababu hajajiuzulu. Nafikiri anangoja rais amfute, kwa sababu rais akimfuta atapata some sympathy kutoka kwa watu wake huko Embu. Nafikiri hiyo ndio kitu anataka kuvuna kidogo kisiasa kutoka kwa hili swala, ingawaje aliadhirika. Hivyo ndio mimi ninaona.
Kenyans, remember Justin Muturi, this is a minister serving in the government, talking about abduction, also giving his own experience. So I'm just asking myself, like if a minister, a man who is serving in the government, can can be a victim of abductions. What about you?
The headlines in all our papers today are Justin Muturi. All, including Business Daily. And what he said, this is a minister serving in a government talking about abductions and giving his own experience. We raised that issue here in the newspaper hour and we asked, why now? He was Attorney General. At the time his son was abducted. The son was released 6 months plus down the line. We now hear him. So is it a convenient time? And was it that in a previous time it wasn't convenient for him to speak about these things? Now, everyone and their uncle and cousin and grandmother have spoken on the subject of abductions, including our relatives from outside this country and outside our borders. It's an issue that young people have raised, civil society have raised. It has flooded the so-called media, social media spaces. It is everywhere. So one could argue he has come into the conversation, we hear him, but he has come into the conversation when people have been having it for a very long time. That's why the subject of, is it a convenient time? Not to diminish that he has spoken, no. Not to diminish that his son was abducted and he and the family must have gone through some serious turmoil. That's not it. The question of why now is what we were asking. Why now? Why didn't he speak earlier? And remember, you're talking about a subject matter that people have unrelentingly spoken about. Even today they speak about it. They speak about it every single day.
Despite says Muturi taking 6 good months to reveal his son's abductions, his sentiments must not be taken lightly, and he's passing a very crucial message. Like, abductions has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, it is time to fight back. Just listen to this.
When a system or a government subjects the masses through what we call political oppression, social degradation, and economic exploitation, the only option is resistance. As in, let me tell you, not unless those 3 things are taken keen into, we will always go into the same cycle of violence, of mistrust from the citizens, of misunderstandings between the citizens and the government, and it won't end there. But the worst thing is, growth is a gradual process. If you look at what we were discussing 2 years ago on what might come and what is happening today, it's growing by the day. Now look at this issue you're talking about today. You're talking of abductions. Now today we're just seeing there's a video trending where a police officer was arresting someone in Nakuru. And now the citizens are saying, hey, huyu hamumchukui.
Yes. Yeah.
And let me tell you, what happens is when you have a government, when you have top leaderships in a country who don't follow the rule of law, then how do you expect the normal citizens to follow the rule of law?
Yeah.
So we are going down that road of lawlessness. It's seriously and honestly sad, yeah? To an extent where you see a very senior government official like the former Attorney General, who is a sitting cabinet secretary, state clearly in a press conference yesterday that even his son was abducted. And he sits in what we call the National Security Governing Security Committee. That is the senior most security organ in the country. That is where all the critical decisions are made. And the people who sit there are very few top people: the president, the deputy president, the director of National Intelligence Service, the director of the police IG, the Attorney General. Very few selected top security people in the country. And he says he could not be able to ascertain who had abducted his child.
And talking more about abductions, Thika Road was blocked at Ruiru after a body was found inside a river. And the demonstrators were saying that this body is a victim of abductions. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. A senior counsel and a former member of parliament, Abdikadir Mohani, He discussed and gave his honest opinion on why the Gen Zs are being abducted in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
The only difference now is that the Gen Z are engaged and that the Gen Z are the target. The reason why they are target, we all know, is because they have become politically active.
Yeah.
Which is why it's absolutely no-brainer who is behind the abductions. And to be straight, it's the government of Kenya. That is government operatives who are behind this. There's zero doubt about that. But the reason why they are the target now is because they are doing important stuff. If they were worried about their Instagram stuff and nobody would bother with them, nobody would abduct them. They are doing important stuff, and the abductions is to scare them off. The reason why they are being targeted is because they are doing important work. And because they are the ones who are engaged, I can assure you the government is very scared right now. And the pushback is very important. Even that guy who you said don't do it.
The fact that he's saying don't do it.
3 years ago, nobody, they would stop at the middle of the streets and people will pick somebody and nobody would bother. In fact, if anything, they would help do that stuff. So I think absolutely they are doing a great job. You said it's the evolution. We have to continue evolving to the point, because between me and you, it's actually stupid for whoever thinks that kidnapping people or killing people will solve anything.
Yeah.
This abduction issue in Kenya has now gone internationally. Even the BBC, they decided to make a story about abductions in Kenya. Let's take a look at their version of the story.
Since June 2024, young people in Kenya critical of the government have gone missing. The Kenya Human Rights Commission says more than 80 people have been abducted in the last 6 months, with 24 still missing.
Some even say that they were waterboarded, hit with whips, punched, kicked. It was full scale of torture. They say they were security agencies because the line of questioning related to what the government appeared to be afraid of. So they were being asked, for example, who is funding your protests? Why are you protesting?
24-year-old Billy Mwangi is one of the people who went missing. He returned home 15 days after he was abducted from a barber shop by hooded men in unmarked vehicles.
When you hear your son was forcefully burdened into a car, you start now getting worried, because I remember when the mother got news, she collapsed. The boy has not shared a lot. When he came, he was not his real self. And as we speak, he is still healing from that shock.
The abductions started in June 2024 after a nationwide protest led by young people against the proposed tax hikes, corruption, and poor governance.
The reasons for abduction is simple. The government is afraid of accountability. The government is afraid of responding to critical questions that Kenyans have been asking.
I haven't authoritatively confirmed that it is the government who abducted that boy, but investigations are still ongoing. The abductors, I think they are trained, they are skilled, but I can assure you he was not abducted by any ordinary person.
The Kenya government has denied any involvement in the abductions. Kenya's head of police and the director of criminal investigations have twice ignored court summons to explain the abductions. For Billy, the road to recovery begins.
Billy is a young man who is so disciplined, and as at now, he has not restored that picture of himself. So he's still healing, let me say so.
The abductions have caused outrage across the country. Parents and activists say they will continue to campaign until all are released.
Another member of parliament by the name of Kiare John, we all remember him during the GenZ protests. He came out and said that those images that you're seeing on the internet are photoshopped. This member of parliament, this politician, has come back again with another bombshell. He has made a very reckless and careless statement about abductions in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say.
Yes, there are issues that could be pointing a finger at the police. In the same breath, there are people who have been reported and sensationalized online for a whole weekend, only to turn up that they had traveled to a different county or a different town to go and see a boyfriend or a girlfriend, which is also a fact. But the point I wanted to make was beyond
What is
that.
factual about that?
Yeah?
What is factual about traveling to see their boyfriends or girlfriends?
But they had been reported as missing.
Who?
And we had even cases where we had people who were even sensationalized on social media that this is a massive missing person, and it was mistaken to be a case of abduction.
What is the?
And you even reported.
What is the
it on media.
example?
Well, there is a lady who disappeared for an entire weekend, and it turned out that they had gone to see a boyfriend in a city that was different from where they live.
Is that what she recorded with the DCI?
With what is that? I have no idea what she has recorded.
So why are you
with the
pointing
DCI.
that out as an example?
Okay, let's give them.
Even our own soldiers are having a hard time, Kenyans. Like some of them have been taken to Somalia and other countries to fight terrorism under harsh conditions. One Kenyan soldier who went to Somalia to fight, then he was captured. And he was captured for a quite number of years and was never released. Just listen to this sad story.
Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita, niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab.
So that initially looked like just another propaganda video by the Al-Shabaab. But now the family of Abdullahi Issa Ibrahim has reached out to me and confirmed that that is their dad. Wanaomba hiyo video in the viral. Why? Now, walikuwa initially budao amededi hadi wakafanya burial. Kwa nini? Now allegedly the military guys have a rule that if a soldier goes missing for over 5 years anakuwa declared dead. But jana, out of nowhere, on a random TikTok page, wanaona budao akisema mazejo mi bado niko Somalia, nimeshikwa, and if possible the Kenyan government should come for me. They are now asking the public to make that video go viral. This is the page in the video eco. If you get the right people, so that their dad can come back home.
So Kenyans, do you think that all systems in Kenya have already collapsed? And do you think that the men and women who should be protecting the people of Kenya and fighting and seeking justice have turned their backs on the people? Let's listen to what Ismbanya had to say.
The image of DCI in this country has completely gone to the dogs. Completely. It will take a miracle to have, that entire system cleansed. I don't know what man of corruption got in there. They use our officers as abductors, as kidnappers. Unasikia even at the highest level. Mtoto wa Justin Muturi. Wenye walipanga walikuwa huko juu. These high ranking officers at the DCI branch. My God. Where are we heading? Where are we headed as a country? Manzi Ruto ameharibu every system in this country. He found working systems. All of them are corrupted to the core right now. I don't think we have one working system we can trust in this country. In less than 2 years, and just 2 years, everything gone.
If you dig deeper and ask yourself, what is the actual reason for abductions in Kenya? Because this is getting out of hand. Like, we cannot keep on losing our people. We cannot keep on losing the Gen Zs being abducted. And some of them, their bodies are found in rivers. For how long? Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
By the way, did you sit for a moment and think why the government and all politicians are against the Gen Zs and the millennials? Let me give you facts. Number one, we've always been told that the leadership of tomorrow is belongs to the youth. Now, the people we had planned to rule them for 100 years have suddenly woken up and they can no longer be ruled by us. Therefore, we want them to lie low like an envelope and they allow us to rule them. Apparently, the Gen Z and the millennials are taking up leadership, and this is the biggest problem that Ruto never anticipated and his political charlatans never anticipated. Now, this is the problem. The youth are taking over.
Unlike the Dadaab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim, who said that if he was given power, he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs. Another traitor, another betrayer, another backstabber by the name of Kasabo El Makore, he came out again to abuse Kenyans And just listen to what this, just take a look.
Kenyans are such an indisciplined lot. One, they come for protests late. Two, they don't want to take accountability. But they don't want you to take charge either. This thing requires discipline. It requires total commitment. It requires, people just love typing this, that it requires eternal vigilance.
Apart from the Tanzanian activist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai, who she was abducted in Kenya just recently. Do you guys remember when Kizza Besigye, a high-ranking politician from Uganda, was abducted in Kenya and taken back to Uganda? Like, if a high-ranking official, government official, a politician or an activist can be abducted in Kenya, do you think that you are safe? Do you think that we are safe in this country? And so many other people have been abducted. Foreigners who are seeking asylum in this country, seeking refuge in this country, that are being abducted, and some of them, they end up losing their lives. Let's listen to Yvonne Okwara's take.
So you want to tell me that Ugandan security officials had the knowledge that Kizza Besigye was walking around in Nairobi, particularly in the Riverside area, dangerously armed. Not only were they aware of this, they trailed him and then arrested him in Kenya and transported him across the border, only to be presented before a Ugandan military court. All of this without the Kenyan government knowing what the Ugandan sleuths were up to? Wow. So what else are they doing in this country that we may not be aware of? In fact, might there be any other foreign security officials or mercenaries, for that matter, wandering about here like children in a plantation looking to pick guavas to eat? Further, assuming that this information may have some merit, isn't this a Kenyan territorial issue? A dangerously armed man is in the country. Isn't that a matter for us to deal with? To be specific, seeing as he was supposedly found somewhere around Riverside in Nairobi, shouldn't that be a matter for the Kilimani Police Division to deal with? I imagine it would be the Kilimani Division police officers to conduct the investigation and the arrest, present him in a Kenyan court, and then inform Uganda that they're holding their national. Folks, this whole incident smells off. And this is because this is not the first incident of this nature that we've witnessed in the country. You see, exactly 1 month ago, the Kenyan government abandoned the principle of non-refoulement when 4 Turkish nationals were abducted and deported back to their country. The Foreign Affairs Ministry says this was at the request of the Turkish government for the 4 individuals who had been recognized by the UN as refugees. To boot, Kenya adopted a Pontius Pilate stance, saying they did not want to get involved in the affairs of another country. That's not all. Remember Ethiopian national Samson Tekla Michael, who was abducted and has been missing in this country for 3 years now? And don't forget that in August 2022, or later in that year, Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif fled his country, sought refuge in Kenya, following death threats over his reporting on corruption. How wrong he was. He was shot and killed in Kajiado County. These incidents do not bode well for Kenya's territorial integrity. They erode our standing in the eyes of the international community. All of this, by the way, even as Kenyans themselves get abducted within their own country. If we're not careful, Kenya could soon be known as the abduction capital of the world. That's my take.
Do you guys remember these photos of the president which has been trending on the internet? It seems like the politicians, the government, they don't understand the real and true meaning and definition of these photos. And if you also don't understand the meaning, just listen to this.
We have seen people who have been told not to do this and they are doing that. Why? Because Kenya has become like a rehabilitation to everyone. We have seen people, like we saw the president, saying that we were not supposed to post those things that we have posted. But let me tell you, we are not burying the president. We are only burying the character in him. We are burying the bad characters that are happening in our government. We have seen people who have been abducted. We have seen people who have been going through a lot of problems in Kenya.
This clearly shows you that the politicians are afraid of this.
In the book of Paul says that it's better the day you die as a good man than the day you are born. Are we together? Just go and look in history. All dictators in the world, you can tell them anything. You can tell them stop Adani, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want vaccination, they will close their ears. You can tell them we don't want finance bill, they will close their ears and wacheni porojo, and they will tell you wacheni porojo. But dare tell the dictators that they are going to die. That is the worst thing you'll ever tell a dictator.
This issue has gotten so serious in Kenya. Even one Kenyan man is urging the Kenyans in diaspora to take action.
This one is for Kenyans in the diaspora. Tafadhalini, wherever you are, whether it's UK, Europe, USA, guys, we have groups, we have WhatsApp groups. Let's unite. Tushirikiane, let us brainstorm, let tuchange, let's do all we can to make sure that this brutal dictator by the name William Samoei Ruto, we get rid of him within the shortest time possible. God bless you all. God bless Kenya.
Despite the challenges that Kenyans are facing each and every day, the people are still injecting, and they're injecting mercilessly, and they're injecting in different forms, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Take a look at some of these kids from Kenyans who are remaking and reacting the abductions scenes.
But spokesman,
no, I'm not taking any questions.
Someone is literally
Who's
being
abducting people?
These police are taking.
No, there's no police abduct. What do you mean? Abel, just tell her that you're not the police. What does she mean? No, this is not the police. This is the NIS.
What is spokesman? What is spokesman?
Burkina Faso ya, noma.
Kasongo yeye Mombali nanga Kasongo mbona wewe Songa
17 go control. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
From Ghana's new president, John Mahama.
As the new president of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again.
To Kenya's President Ruto's arrival. Will there be change in Ghana?
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
So help me God.
Nana Akufo-Addo injected.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? 87 Ghanaians. Medinde Elvis Derry, Akwaba, ShowNewTrend. Recently, Ghana has been making headlines after a new president was sworn in by the name of John Mahama and a new vice president by the name of Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang. And today I'm going to be sharing you guys what really happened during that day of the inauguration, which also took place at Ghana's capital city, Accra, at the Independence Square, which was also built by the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, in 1961. Before the inauguration ceremony, President-elect John Mahama went to tour in Jubilee House, even meeting the former president of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo.
Has to vacate these premises the day before, so the whole place is ready for your occupation, both here and the office. But I thought that it was important that we should do this formality for the country to see that the whole process of the transition is working according to the letter and spirit of the law, and that we're now ready for your administration to take over the affairs of the country.
Just take a look at Ghana's Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang, who took office on 7th January 2025 under President John Mahama, also making her the first female Vice President of Ghana, arrived at the inauguration ceremony which took place in Accra, Ghana. Take a look. After all the guests arrived at Ghana's Independence Square, it was now time to swear in the new president-elect and the new vice president-elect. Just take a look at some of these scenes on how things went down.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana. To the Republic of Ghana. As by law established. As by law established. That I will uphold. That I will uphold. The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana. And that I will preserve. And that I will preserve. Protect. Protect. And defend. And defend. The Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
As the new president of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future.
Many of you have been asking, what does President John Mahama's outfit symbolize? Because there are so many symbols, different symbols, and also they have different meanings. So this picture right here, it shows you the meaning of those symbols that you see in the new president-elect's outfits. So you can freely pause the video and just take a look. The inauguration ceremony was successful, and Chale, let me tell you, many people came. People came from different parts of Ghana and different parts of the world to see, experience, and witness history being made at Ghana's Independence Square. Many prominent leaders were also there. They attended the inauguration ceremony in Ghana. Captain Ibrahim Traoré, president of the transition of Burkina Faso, was also there. Just take a look at how he arrived at Ghana's Independence Square.
After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya.
The full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity.
Burkina Faso's 36-year-old president, Ibrahim Traoré, he saw the show at the inauguration ceremony in Ghana, where he managed to pull the crowd and he was the supporters' favorite. Take a look. Kenya's President William Ruto, also known as Kasongo, famously known for abductions in East Africa, Kenya, was also not left behind after he attended Ghana's inauguration ceremony in January 7th. Take a look.
We have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya.
During the inauguration ceremony, President William Ruto was injected by Captain Ibrahim Traoré after Ibrahim Traoré urged the Kenyan president to immediately stop abducting young Gen Zs who are fighting for better governance in Kenya.
We've seen more terrible scenes where people kill their demonstrators, but they call themselves Democrats and we're called Persians. If that's democracy, I repeat, we don't want this democracy.
Before delving into the powerful speech recently delivered by Burkina Faso's revolutionary leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, it's equally critical to focus on another nation grappling with escalating political strife and societal unrest. Kenya, East Africa's economic powerhouse, finds itself in the throes of a dark chapter, marked by the unexplained disappearances of dozens of its citizens. Since June 2024, at least 82 Kenyans have vanished, with 6 cases reported in just the past 2 weeks.
It seems like during the inauguration ceremony, nobody was noticing the Kenyan president. Even one Ghanaian TikToker, he went on to compare President Ibrahim Traoré with other African presidents, including Kenyan President William Ruto. Just listen to what this Ghanaian TikToker had to say.
Difference between politicians and leaders. Politicians are liars while leaders tell the truth to their people. The example of that is that the Kenyan President William Ruto want to give the Kenyan airport to the Indian private company Adana, while you have competent Kenyans without no jobs, they can run those ones. That's why he is a liar, because he is not telling the Kenyan people the truth. And he is in fact very corrupt. If you go to Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, this man used 58 million US dollars just to build a foundation of a church. Humans, we can pray anywhere. God does not say that you need a church, in order to worship me. But this man did that while thousands of Ghanaians are suffering. If you go to Nigeria, we have Boko Haram, more than 160,000 people lost their lives. This man is not interested in that. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is how you know that they are politicians, greedy. They are not there for the people. This man, on the other hand, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, this man, before he will become the leader of Burkina Faso, 80% of the country were controlled by, or the territories were controlled by the terrorists in Burkina Faso. Now, they control 80% because he is a leader. He is willing to sacrifice his life for the people. These ones are playing with our lives. Difference number 2 is that politicians beg people to vote for them or to get them into office. They want their vote. They will have to beg people. On the other hand, leaders are begged by the people to go to the office to lead the people. And one example is that the next election, you will see whether Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself or his party, Nana Akufo-Addo, this man as well, William Ruto, they will be going all over Kenya to beg the people to vote for them. But Captain Ibrahim Traoré, if you go to Burkina Faso today, people of Burkina Faso are begging him to stay in power, to lead the country. This is how you know that who is doing good and who is not, and who is there for the interest of the people and who is not. So these ones are not for the interest of the people. This one is a leader.
It is quite clear that the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, he was the most supported leader during Ghana's inauguration ceremony. This makes him the best leader in Africa. Just listen to this.
Where did you see the rousing welcome Burkina Faso's Captain Ibrahim Traoré received during President John Mahama's inauguration on January 7th? The Burkina Faso leader, stood out as he arrived in full camouflage. The only leader allowed to carry a gun at the ceremony. Well, while most dignitaries wore suits or traditional attires, Traoré's appearance drew attention and admiration from the crowd. A very interesting moment. What do you think?
While Captain Ibrahim Traoré was getting some love and support from the people, the former president of Ghana, President Nana Akufo-Addo, was a different case. Let's take a look at how he was welcomed at the swearing-in ceremony. This clearly shows you that what the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, said was right. He said that Ghanaians are very patient and gentle people, but if you take them for granted, they will also take you for granted. Hey, Charlie, things are... Just listen to what President-elect John Mahama had to say after he met Captain Ibrahim Traoré in Ghana.
You can also see how popular Mr. President is in Ghana. When he was introduced at the Black Star Square, he got the biggest applause. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. Yes.
So, if you ask yourself, what is so unique about Captain Ibrahim Traoré, the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, what would you say? Just listen to this.
They try to take out Captain Traoré, people. They try to take him out. I'm scared for his safety. I'm worried. There is no way that a president should be in office for only 2 years and have 18 attempts on his life. I actually have to start asking questions about the security services in Burkina Faso. I have to start asking questions about the other Sahel Alliance countries, Mali and Niger. What are you doing to make sure that this is not happening? Because it's not happening to you people. There's a reason why this keeps happening to Captain Traore. That's the reason why he must be protected. Because he's the driving force of what is happening with the liberation of West Africa and the Sahel region from neocolonialism. It's a fact. He's the man who's driving it with the master plan. And it rhymes. 18 times? That means that everybody's taking a shot.
Even Ghana's first daughter, Farida Mahama, she could not miss her dad's inauguration ceremony. Just take a look at this video of Sharaf and Farida Mahama arriving at Ghana's Independence Square. Take a look. The temperatures were rising at Ghana's Independence Square. The people of Ghana were excited to have a new leader and a new regime, even to the point where one journalist, she forgot her name on live TV.
Independence Square for the presidential inauguration and swearing in of the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Jane Nana Agyemang. Thank you for watching. My name is Nanajwa.
My name is Nanajwa. It's recorded, don't worry, it's recorded. We got
Many celebrities were also present. One of them was Michael Blackson, a very popular comedian and actor from Ghana. Just take a look at how he was welcomed at Ghana's Independence Square.
I shall submit myself
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
and suffer the penalty for it.
The penalty for it.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Many leaders and presidents attended the inauguration ceremony in Ghana, like Botswana's president Duma Gideon Boko, Rwanda's president Paul Kagame, and Nigeria's president Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigerians, do you remember this? No matter how long you protest, we are going to remove subsidy.
No matter how long you protest, we are going to remove subsidy. That is the truth. That is the truth.
Hey, Oga Abel, that is the truth. That is the truth. Just take a look at how Nigeria's president Bola Ahmed Tinubu was welcomed at Ghana's Independence Square. At the inauguration ceremony, things were boiling, things were getting hot, and how hot were things getting? Just take a look at this video. Ghanaians, do you understand and know how rich your country is? Like, Ghana is so rich to the point where you can actually just pick gold from the ground. Like this young man that you see here.
What years? I saw. No. Video. And then we do breaking the end.
A well-known Kenyan CNN journalist by the name of Larry Madowo, he traveled to Ghana in Ghana gold mines in the western region. He went deep in rural Ghana to report on Galamsey. Take a look.
CNN crew travels to gold mines in Ghana's western region.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Oh! That's crazy. Look at that. Oh! What you gonna do? You don't trust them?
I can't. Wait. He's thinking I'm scared.
Okay, we survived.
Ghana is so blessed with abundant resources, but it is being ripped off every day. Some gold miners from Ghana, they discovered the largest gold deposit ever in the country. Take a look. So, Ghanaians, do you think the new government led by President John Mahama and Vice President Gen Nana Opoku Agyemang, do you think that they will bring significant change in the country in terms of development, schools, roads, hospitals, and the cost of living of Ghanaian people? Do you think that they will bring change in the country? Just tell us your honest opinion in the comments down below.
You elected us to solve the problems, not to put the blame on anybody else or to shoulder you with those problems.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Misili family abduction and murder.
Mauaji ya kikatili na ya kinyama ya wasichana, wanawake watatu na wasichana wawili imetuletea uchungu.
To Kenyans fighting for justice. Where are we heading to as a country?
Wametendewa kitendo ambacho ni cha kinyama sana. Na mimi kusema ukweli sielewi ni nchi gani tunaishi.
Stop tribalism in Kenya.
Because life and death does not choose tribes. And you guys are there under the comment section saying Wasomali warudi kwao, tuliambia mrudi kwenu amsikii. Sasa mtaanza kurudi kwenu.
Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Allah, how are you? Assalamu alaikum. Gamu fran kusodo wo ShowNewTrend. Magaiga wa Elvis Derry. Abductions, killings and torture have been a daily occurrence in Kenya. Every day is new death. Every day is a new and painful story. A few days ago, two young lovely girls from Isili and a mother, they were abducted and brutally tortured and killed, and their bodies were dumped in different parts in Kenya. Like, where are we heading to as a country? Listen to this.
Just this week, we have lost 3 females, a mother, a daughter, and her niece. 12 and 22 years of age, respectfully. They left on Sunday, the 22nd of October, to go looking for their mom because they got an anonymous call that their mother was in a critical condition in the hospital. The kidnappers allegedly talked of a car coming to pick them up. They left their home, waited outside, got a phone call, got into a car, and they were never seen ever again. In 3 days, their bodies were discovered by the roadside in Parklands and Machakos. They were brutally murdered, beaten up, mutilated, raped, assaulted to death, and after that, their bodies being dumped. The level of inhumanity, cruelty, barbarism, and disgust to do that to a 12-year-old is insane.
Kenyans, this is very, very sad to hear. Like, for how long will you keep on hearing about abductions, torture, and killings in our own country, in our own motherland? For how long? As you can see in this CCTV footage, these are the 2 girls who were abducted. As you can see, they're preparing to go and see their mother in the hospital after getting a phone call. When their driver came to pick them up, that was the last time they were seen. After those 2 young girls took that ride, they were never seen again. Later on, their bodies were found in different parts of Nairobi in very, very bad conditions. Their bodies were taken to the city mortuary. Edwin Sifuna, a member of the Kenyan Senate, went there to witness and see it for himself. And this is what he had to say after that. Listen to this.
Wametendewa kitendo ambacho ni cha kinyama sana. Na mimi kusema ukweli sielewi ni nchi gani tunaishi. Kama kuna watu ambao wanaweza kufanya vitendo kama hivi kwa muda huo wote, muda ambao unamchukua mtu kumchinja binadamu mwenzake kama kuku, alafu kisha amwandame mtoto wake, amwandame mwingine wa familia yake na muangamize kwa njia hiyo hiyo. Wakati huu wote tunasema tuko na vitengo vya polisi na usalama. Sidhani kama kuna mtu yote katika taifa hili letu la Kenya ambaye anaweza kujivunia kuishi katika mandhari kama haya. Mtajua kwamba mwezi huu tu tumekuwa na vitendo kama hivi na matukio kama haya mengi sana.
Kenya was never the same again when this news spread all over. Many Kenyans, especially in Isili, businesses were closed and people took to the streets to fight for justice. #Justice for our girls.
Isili leo imefungwa because we are mourning the death of the 3 women wenye wamekatwa jana. So, tafadhali sana, sio wa Somali peke, wale wa Kenya wote, especially women, please be careful of who you keep as a company.
Kamkunji Member of Parliament Yusuf Hassan also came out and he expressed his outrage over the killings of the 2 lovely young girls and a mother. And he said that this is unacceptable in this country, unacceptable to the residents and to the Kenyan people. Listen to what he had to say.
Hatukubali kabisa hali ya mambo ilivyo sasa hivi ya kuwa na taharuku na kuuawa kwa watu kila siku hapa Nairobi na kwingineko, na hasa mauaji ya kikatili na ya kinyama ya wasichana, wanawake 3 na wasichana 2 imetuletea uchungu na wasiwasi mkubwa, na tunataka serikali ichukue hatua mara moja kuhakikisha kwamba hao wahalifu ambao wanazunguka katika mitaa yetu wanakamatwa mara moja na wanaletwa mahakamani, kwa sababu hakuna Mkenya, hakuna mwana Nairobi, hakuna mtu wa Isili ambaye sasa ana uhuru wa kutembea, kwa sababu tunajua kuna wauaji makatili wako pale Kwa hivyo tunataka serikali ichukue hatua haraka kabisa kuwafuatilia hawa watu na kuwakamata na kuwaleta mahakamani.
Honorable Yusuf Hassan was also accompanied by Honorable Edwin Sifuna, a member of the Kenyan Senate, and this is what he had to say about this incident in Italy.
Lazima sisi sote tusimame kama Wakenya tukemee jambo hilo, tuseme haiwezekani katika taifa ambalo tunajiita taifa la kidemokrasia, taifa ambalo inahitajika serikali ilinde kila mwananchi na mali yake. Haiwezekani kina dada watatu wachukuliwe kutoka kwenye mitaa zetu kwenye barabara kisha watendewe ukatili kama ambao tumeona dada zetu wametendewa, alafu tuambiwe na vitengo vya usalama kwamba hakuna mtu ambaye anajulikana ni nani alifanya kitendo hicho. Mimi kwa niaba ya wabunge wote wa Nairobi na wakazi wote wa Nairobi, nataka nikemee vikali tukio ambalo limefanyika katika mtaa huu wa Isili, na niwahakikishie kwa sababu ni nyinyi mlinipa kazi hii ya kuwa sauti yenu. Sauti hii yangu nitaitumia hadi haki iweze kupatikana kwa ajili ya dada zetu hao watatu.
A human rights activist, Hussein Khalid, was in Machakos following up the heinous murders of the 3 females. Later on, together with his team, they brought the mother's body from Machakos to Nairobi City Mortuary, also confirming that the autopsies will be done on Friday. Kenyans, we are all facing the same problems, the same issues, the same killings, the same abductions every day. But yet, there are some people who decide to have that tribal mindset. Like, I don't believe that in this day and age and era that there's still some tribalism in people's minds. Those should be something of the past. But yet, some people choose to live that kind of life. Listen to what Speak Your Mind had to say about this.
Wakenya nini kwa shida yenu? What is your problem? What is the problem with Kenyans? Why do we respond to things like that? We can't be traumatized as a nation. All of us cannot resolve it. Yo guys, we cannot move forward like this. What is the problem? Shida inakwaga nini? What is the problem? I'm looking at these videos where families have lost their loved ones. People are mourning. It is very unfortunate events. We are sad. We are sad because we do not understand. It should be alarming for every person. Every single one of you should be alarmed because life and death does not choose tribes. And you guys are there under the comment section saying Wasomali warudi kwao, tuliambia mrudi kwenu amsikii, sasa mtaanza kurudi kwenu. Are you guys okay? Like here, like, are you guys okay in the head? Mko sawa kwa kichwa yenu? Mko sawa? Because what type of comments are those? Like, if it was someone else who died, would we come down and say, oh, Wakikuyu by the way tuliambia mrudi Nyeri? No, it's not okay. Those comments are not okay, guys. What is the... I thought recently we had become one. I thought you guys are removing someone from their seat because they are tribalist. I thought you guys decided this nation is tribeless. Ama those applies to other tribes and not us. Because Miss Elewi, why are you guys talking shit under videos where people have lost their loved ones? What is the effing problem?
Not everybody in Kenya has that tribal and primitive mindset. And Kenyans came out to support. People came out to support. And also people raised their voices and spoke up about this tribalism nonsense. Listen to this.
So mama aliuliwa Isili na mtoto wake wa msichana na the niece. Somalis wakatoka ku protest. And pia wanasema Ruto must go in the process because that is bad governance. Like watu wenye wameua wamekuwa wengi sana sasa. Right? And the government is not doing anything. Hakuna kitu yenye inafanyika. But nikienda kwa hizo videos comment section zote zimejaa sasa wa Kenya wakisema ati Somalis must go. Sijui mnasema Ruto aende wapi? Ruto hakuna mahali anaenda, nyinyi ndio mnaenda. Like mnachukia wasee na mnawabuli because of actually doing something. Because femicide zika happen, nyinyi huwa mna victim blame wanawake wenu. But wao, one of their women ama their women wakiuliwa, wanatokelezea watu wanaanza kuprotest. Like shida iko wapi if they are speaking for their women? Ama shida iko wapi if they are trying to do something about femicide in Kenya? Even if we pay attention, zenye their women are getting killed. Like honestly, shida iko wapi exactly?
So negative comments will not solve our issues in this country. Degrading your own brother, your own sister, your fellow Kenyan, your fellow African, it will not solve anything, but it will just create boundaries and make things worse for our communities.
Yo, my Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, I never thought you guys hated us this much. Sijai dhani mulikuwa mnatuchukia hivi vyote until now. Damn. Jamani, someone lost their wife, their daughter, their child, a family. And you're there commenting ati, si tuliwaambia mrudi kwenu, mtaanza kurudi kwenu. What with all those comments? People are sad. You commenting that. Does it even make sense? Like yo, unajaribu kusoma those comments under the videos and you just get pissed all of a sudden. I don't know. Because of the hate and how people are talking shit about the Muslim people and how they are starting to hate. It's just like someone maybe ameona hizo videos and then they just go into the comment section and all you can read is shit and you know the hate against the Muslim people. By the way, unajua kile kimewafanyikia can also happen to you or someone that you know or a relative of you. Like this should have been an alarm to you and alert that you should take care of yourself too. And currently, no one is safe in this situation, whether be Kenyans or Somalis. It can happen to anyone. It's a sad situation we are in. We are supposed to be humans in this kind of situation. We were created from the same creator. Sympathy should be something that you can't feel for your fellow humans. Let's be one, please. Let's be humans. Let's act like humans. Let's take care of each other. Let's not hate on each other. Please. Many, we don't deserve this, Kenyans. Our fellow Kenyans. Yeah.
I'm still very shocked that some people have that primitive, that backward mentality of tribalism. So, what have we been fighting for all this time? Are we fighting for equality? Are we fighting for freedom? Are we fighting to be together as one people, as one nation, as one country? Listen to what our two brothers had to say about what is happening.
Do you guys remember Farah Maalim akisema angeua 5,000 GenZs? Our brothers and sisters from Isli, tumesikia kitu kimefanyika. Kwa hiyo mama ameuawa akiwa na watoto wawili, wakatupwa, tumesikia kitu kimefanyika. But you guys, do you remember on 25th venye tulienda streets majenzi wakauawa? Mimi naweza kuambia in Kenya hapa, Kenya mzima, nobody is safe. Hadi ma MCS, ma senators, mke yote from nini hapa Kenya mzima anachukuliwa, anatekwa, kuna abductions, watu wanauawa. Does it mean ni watu waisli peke yao? No. We should stand up as Kenyans na to protect lives zetu.
Hello. Talk to our people, Somali people. Mwambie kitu.
Somali people walai. Stop tribalism. Hiyo mambo kabila, sijui ni kabila gani, ni kabila haina maana. Sawa, kama unataka kusema hii dunia tunaacha. Hii dunia utaacha, kila kitu uko nao utaacha. Ulikuja bila kitu unarudi bila kitu. Sawa. Kitu unaenda nao ni zile matendo umefanya hapa. Sawa. Na sisi tunajipiga kifua, ati wewe unafanyanga ibada, unafanya nini, unajipiga kifua, hapana. Sawa? Kuwa humble, kuwa mambo kabila tuache. Wala Somali people, mimi inaniuma sana mkikandamiza watu. Personally nimekandamizwa sana, lakini najua siku moja itakuja itaisha inshallah. Wala lo siku zote wala lo.
Just not long ago, Delaware Ward MCA Yusuf Hussein was abducted around 9 p.m. and brutally tortured and murdered. And later on, his body was found in a very inhumane condition. Listen to what his driver said, what happened and what took place during that night of abduction. Listen to this.
Waliweza kutoka wanaume 5 kwa ile gari na gari ya Prado ikakuwa bado iko on motion kidogo. Walitoka 5, 4 wakakuja kwa passenger seat na mmoja akakuja mbele ya side ya kwangu kwa dereva akanishikia gun. Wengine vile walitoka walikuwa wanainua to the west. They had some guns to the west. Sasa vile walikuja hivi walimchukua ule jamaa nilikuwa nimebeba haraka wakamuingiza kwa ile Prado yao. Na mmoja akarudi tena. Akaniambia leta kila kitu. Leta kila kitu yako yote, wakachukua simu yangu, aenda na earphones na charger, wakachukua wakatoka nazo. Ule mmoja bado amenishikia gun to my side. Ndio sasa baadaye after huyu amechukua kila kitu yangu kwa gari, waliingia tena kwa gari wakatoka. Waliingia tena wote kwa gari, wakatoka na customer.
Even medical officer interns are not safe in this country. Like Dr. Desri Mora, she was working under very barbaric working conditions, which pushed her to unalive herself. Just listen to her story.
A medical officer intern just committed suicide yesterday. But let me give you a picture of what happened for her to reach that level. So this intern was the only intern in her department. She was doing 36-hour back-to-back shifts with a very toxic superior who was on her neck. And on top of that, she wasn't being paid. I don't think the government wants to pay medical officer interns anytime soon. Rent pending, utilities pending, bills pending, unable to pay, been working for months. And people expect her to deliver significantly. And she was a brilliant doctor, been to med school for 10 years. 10 years. Can you imagine that? Yeah, that's what's going on. Our junior colleagues, the brilliant minds of this country, because all the A students or majority of A students, when they finish, they go to med school. And on top of that, after finishing, due to delay of systems for 10 years in a 6-year course, they go to internship where they're saving lives on a regular, while at the cost of their lives and their life force, and the government doesn't want to pay them, and they don't have the bills to pay for their own living expenses, yet they're there in the hospital saving lives, taking care of people. Yeah, we can't allow that. Kenyans, manze tuelewane. This is sad. It's heartbreaking. But that's what's happened. I had to let the Kenyan public know what's going on.
Even Kirinyaga MCA cried and called for justice after her 23-year-old daughter was found naked in a rented room in Biafra Estate in Thika. Man, just take a look at this.
Tangu Mandi tumeshinda huku tukisunguka tukitaka haki ya mtoto wetu. Tulikuja hapa kwa hii Biafra sijui nini hii buildings. Wakaanza kutusungusha. Tangu hii siku hatujapata haki ya mtoto. Kuenda leo kwa polisi hapo Thika, tumekuta tu yule msichana ambaye alikuwa hapa anashaka nao askari. Sasa tukajua sasa tutapata haki lini? Sisi kama wazazi tutapata haki lini? Ni mpaka lini huku Thika watoto wetu wataendelea kuuliwa? Na polisi tu sijui wanafanya nini? Hakuna kitu wanafanya hata kidogo.
Wote kwa hiyo police station hawafai kuwa pale.
Hawafai kukua hata hii Thika.
Wanaendelea tu kusema sijui nini.
Wamezoeana na watu wa Thika sana. Na si mtu wa kwanza.
Mimi mwenyewe nilimuona amenyongwa hivi, hakuwa na nguo, hakuwa na nini. Alafu then unaona tu wanaume askari tu wanaona tu kama ni kuku ilichinjwa. Kama kuku ilichinjwa tu. Sasa sisi mimi nimeshoka. Na kama tukashika huyo msichana angepata. Tutawatafuta hata sisi si hata wao wako na watoto. Si waangalie tu haki yetu haki. Ni wengi sana sisi, angalia sisi ni waheshimiwa saa hii. Tunalilia hapa. Na mtu wa kawaida anapata haki lini?
Mwenye alichukua mwili alikuwa very confident watawashi. Na mimi nikamuuliza, na hata phone inaonyeshana kila kitu. Msichana mwenye walilala na yeye ako huko. Mnasema mtawashika siku gani? Wakaniambia tayari wameshika sijui wangapi, ati lakini hatuwezi ati because our emotion are still high, hatuwezi onyesha wenye lakini ati tayari wameshika. Lakini ni uongo, hawakushika because leo nimekuja, umeniona nimepata huyo msichana pale akicheka, akiwa ameketi kwa kiti, ameniona amekimbililia huku sijui kama ametolewa na Subaru. Ya hao askari wenyewe wa huku ndio imemtoa, imeenda na yeye.
Even Wells Fargo company's human resource manager Willy Sayeko, how he was abducted, handcuffed and tortured. He was tortured inhumanely to the point that his heart stopped. I don't know where we are going to as a country. This is very traumatizing in this country. When will these deaths, abductions stop? Just listen to how things unfolded.
We just saw our brother's body being retrieved from a ditch, kidnapped and handcuffed and killed like an animal. My friend's dad, who runs the supermarket here, Muzo Mulo, was attacked on Friday and seriously injured. So we are living in fear as game residents. And this is unacceptable, and we are asking the authorities, the police, to be in charge.
Mr. Willis Ayeko's brother was also very broken and shocked to hear about his brother's death. And this is what he had to say.
We wanted to see the last place where the vehicle stopped, because that is where I thought he was stopped last. And it came true, because it was around that place that they had stopped. They dragged him, we found a naked man. With his clothes, he was not naked, but he was cut. The breasts are not there, the eyes are bombed out, the ears are cut, the nose is cut, the mouth is cut. Why? Why die such a painful death? Was that robbery? I don't think. I have stayed in this earth. Willis is not, biologically he's my father's son. But mentally, I mentored him. I took him to school. Therefore, with authority, I can say that was not normal robbery. Where were they taking the parts? They are taking it to somebody who had assigned them the duty to say that we have done it. Therefore, I don't know who killed my brother and what we want. Help us. If you have a team that can investigate, help us investigate and find the killers.
So Kenyans, this clearly shows you that we are not safe in our own country. Instead of us fighting each other, not forgetting that we are all Africans. Instead of telling our Kenyan Somalian brothers and sisters to go back to Somalia, is Somalia not Africa? Are they not Africans? What is the difference between you and somebody who was born in West Africa or Central Africa or South Africa? We are all Africans. So let us stop talking about all this nonsense of tribalism. Tribalism will never take us anywhere. That is a backward mindset. It is a primitive mindset that has to stop from today, from now. Let us shame those people who are very, very tribal and speaking ill and being against our fellow Africans. I love my fellow Africans. It doesn't matter which part of Africa we come from. And let me tell you, umoja ni nguvu. When you're together, we can achieve a lot. We are fighting the same enemy. We have the same enemy. Let us come together and fight the same enemy and bring that enemy down. Let us not be like Farah Alim, who said that he's going to kill 5,000 GenZs when he becomes the president of Kenya. He was in TV47 together with Mr. Jeremiah Kioni, and Mr. Jeremiah said to walk away because he cannot talk and sit and interact with a murderer. Just listen and see how things unfolded.
No, my name is a lawyer.
Right.
When you don't have substance on an area that you are going to invade and you're scared of somebody who's going to
Honorable,
hang on a minute.
He's still on the same line.
You're scared of somebody who's going to invade
you see, gentlemen,
he now wants to insult me. I did not say.
While he cannot
be able to say it for me, you can go ahead and
carry on. I cannot be able to sit with a person Jeremiah
who can be...
Look, it is well. It is well. Honorable Farah Malim, let's proceed with the conversation.
Let me tell you.
Let us proceed with the
conversation. Is my old friend.
I cannot sit to discuss with Farah Malim when he took a position of killing 5,000 GenZs in this country. That is why we are losing the country, because of individuals who have no character, and we are calling them leaders, national leaders. I cannot demean myself to the level of discussing with him. The killing of GenZ hurts me up to today. Why did we have to kill young people in this country? For saying they want school fees, they want food, for saying they want health, and then you bring a person of that character to debate with me? I stand for better things.
Do you think the NCIC has failed in
NCIC
addressing...
is a dead dodo, just like Parliament. Those are the institutions that have let us down.
One last question, Mheshimiwa. Do you think that what Honorable Farah Malim said, do you think he should stand trial in court?
He actually should be removed from Parliament. He should have been recalled from Parliament.
On this, I support Honorable Jeremiah Ngayu Kioni for walking away, for walking out of the interview and leaving that primitive fool to have that interview and that conversation by himself. Because how can you advocate for killing of 5,000 GenZs? Not forgetting that the GenZs are from all communities in Kenya, all communities in Kenya. But yet you want to kill them. My goodness, where are we heading towards a country? Like, let us not support such people. Let us not vote for such people. Let us vote for the right people, the people who are fighting for the freedom of this country. People are fighting for equality for this country. Those are the people that we need to support and bring close. Man, this is crazy. Here are some of the scenes that took place in Eastleigh, where Kenyans took to the streets and seek and fight for justice for the 2 young girls and a mother who were abducted and brutally tortured. Take a look.
How can you tear gas your own people? Listen to them. Listen to these children.
They know I'm a big boss, got a big boss in this bitch. They know I'm a big talker, have my big body and that shit. No, it's not me, bitch. R.I.P. bitch.
alla baayo ba ikran see fadhiisana dhilay alla xabad waay wallahi xabad waay tia gas ma haya
sijui mambo iko vipi hapa. Ni Eastleigh Garissa Lodge, kuna demonstration. Amegongwa kichwa bana. Enda hospitali bana. Watu wakona tabia mbaya. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God.
Today we are mourning. Tunasema Mungu apeleke hawa wasichana jana. There is nothing else we can say. We don't know the psychopath that enjoyed doing that. Imagine kuchukua mtu unaenjoy mpaka unakatakata. You take the time kuweka kwa meza unakatakata. Imagine. And then unachukua, you transport them to another place. That is very difficult for a normal person.
No matter what tribe, no matter what ethnicity, no matter how they look like, no matter their color, and all of that. Try to be human. With that being said, please stay safe. Be your brothers and sisters keepers. Let's be respectful. And till next time.
So Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, my dear Kenyans, let us stop tribalism. Let us stop this self-hate that we have among ourselves. Let us come together as one people. We are all Africans. It doesn't matter which part of Africa you go to. Even you yourself, when you travel to other parts of Africa or different countries, you want the people there to treat you nice. You want the people there to respect you, right? So let us respect each other in our own country. Remember, these borders that are in Africa, those are borders that were set there and put there by the colonizers. Let us not have that colonial mindset. That slavery mindset. We are one people, one Kenya, one Africa, one nation. That is who we are. So let us advocate and speak the language of peace, love, and unity among our communities. Eastleigh, man. Eastleigh is just amazing, man. Like, I really love this place, man. It's amazing. My brother, what's up, man? Welcome, man. Bro, it's been long, man. 3 years. 3 years, man. Welcome, man. Like, I'm just walking around Eastleigh. Like, Eastleigh is just amazing, man. This place is amazing. The people are amazing. Very friendly, man. Your heart is running away. Man, you guys like are in Eastleigh right now. Just amazing, and I've met my brother right here. So, guys, let us go to BBS Mall and see the biggest mall in East Africa in Eastleigh, man. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From abductions caught on camera to patriots occupying the streets, have we lost the young generation?
Power to the people.
Gachagua threatened government.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today, and my name is Elvis Derry. The year 2024 has been a different year, has been a year that has never been seen before in Kenyan history. And recently, abductions has been taking place. And the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, came out and announced that there's no abductions that is taking place under his government. And he went on and said that nobody has been abducted. Listen to this.
Yale yamesemekana mambo ya abduction tutakomesha, ndio vijana wa Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani na vile vile wawe na nidhamu na wawe wangwana, tuweze kujenga Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Tumekubaliana?
So my question is this: will all those people who are still missing, who have been abducted, be released? Take a look at this rare video of a Kenyan, a comrade, and a young man who is being abducted at night in South B. Take a look.
Wanamuingiza kwa boot.
Wewe
ando anachukua watu wa mtu anapotea.
This is crazy and totally wrong. Like so many Kenyans own Subaru and Probox, but they're using this type of cars to conduct their illegal abductions in Kenya. And right now, so many Subaru owners are worried because the image has already been tarnished.
Hey guys, kindly, may I have a Subaru? Na hizi Subaru saizi imechoma picha. Mpaka na sasa hivi nasikia kama anaweza uza Subaru yangu. Sababu unaweza kuta mtu anaweza kukumistake, afikirie wewe ndio Subaru yenye unabeba watu. We my friends. We mimi people should know that not all Subarus are Subaru. Sababu wao madisi wamefanya mpaka Subaru was a very nice car. Mpaka mtu kutembea na Subaru unaingisha fear. Kama mtu anasema ndio hiyo. Hawa Subaru boys. So I think kindly Babe, unasemaje tuuze hii Subaru yetu ama tuiweke parking tununue gari lingine? Kwanza Subaru sababu we love the car so much. Wenda kama umefungua dirisha. Unajua paka kwanza tuseme kuna mtu anaweza tu kukodea useme ndio watu ya Subaru ndio kabla ufikirie papa na shida yote imeletwa na hao watu. Kwa abduct watu.
The former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and said that if the abduction unit is not disbanded, he will come out and he will reveal the location and also the persons who are in charge in these abductions that has been going on and taking place every day in Kenya. Listen to what Deputy Rigathi Gachagua had to say.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names of that officer and his cousin in this administration. And these people are not answerable to the Inspector General of Police. Your guess is as good as mine as to who is the commander of that unit. Let me emphasize that killing our children will not quell the anger of the Kenyan people. People are very angry with this administration. Abducting young people is not a solution. You must address the cause of the disquiet, of the discontent. Why are people aggrieved with this administration? That must be dealt with. Abducting these children and killing them is not a solution. And I must remind my friend and brother, Dr. William Ruto, that since independence, no government has ever gone for children. This is the first administration in the history of this country to target children for repression and persecution. Even the colonial administration, brutal as it was, it never went for the children. And the question the president must address is simple. Why has everybody turned against you and the administration in only 2 years?
After Rigathi Gachagua's statement, Kenyans did not waste time, neither they did not hesitate to reveal the persons who is in charge or involved in the abductions. Take a look.
Fear Kenyans. I repeat, fear Kenyans. Revolution is real. Now, just a few hours after Rigiji has given us hint of who the abductors might be, akatupatia location, akatuambia ni city center, akatupatia floor, akatuambia ni 21st floor, na akatupatia the first name of the person who is leading the abductions, Mr. Abel. Now, Kenyans hawajalala. They have gone ahead, identified some few government buildings, because these people might not be operating from private buildings. Kenyans wakasapo KICC na wakasampo Nyayo. Sasa bado tunaendelea kufanya uchunguzi, but uchunguzi mahali imefika kuna mahali imeonekana. The person is called Mr. Abel Kimboi, a former GSU officer and a cousin to Farouk Kibet.
We have noticed that some politicians are trying to sell fear to the GenZ parents so that the parents can tell their children, the GenZs, to stop talking about the government or being involved in anything to do with the government. But Grace Wasuka, an actress, she came out and said that she will not be cowed in fighting for good governance in this country. Just listen to what she had to say.
So my mother has just called me and she's like, Washuka, I'm hearing that you're posting political posts. People are being abducted. Take them down. Take them down. And then I hear my aunt in the background. We want you alive. I'm not taking nothing down. I'm not taking nothing down. My followers on Instagram are 50% Kenyan. I was with Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen recently at the US Embassy event. I have his number. I can call him. I'm sure he even knows where I am right now. I'm turning the other cheek, which in historical biblical times was if somebody, when the Romans slapped you with your left hand, when you turned the other cheek, you were actually lowering his status because you were saying, okay, continue. When they gave you a punishment of carrying their things for 1 mile, you went 2 miles because you're like, it's fine. Let's keep going. Me, I'm okay. So, God is my witness. God is my witness. God is my protection. I know that sounds crazy to some, but he is my protection. It is not a Merry Christmas for Billy Mwangi. It is not a Merry Christmas for Rex Masai's family. It is not a Merry Christmas for Peter Muteti's. It is not a Merry Christmas for Naomi's family. It's not. Naomi's mom right now is freaking out. So we're just supposed to abandon this woman. We're supposed to abandon Naomi because we're scared. Q1 2024, let us kindly read our constitutions. Let us find out what are our rights. Like for real. Let us begin to rally behind whoever we want to stay. This is democracy.
The Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, he came out and said that the government is not involved in the abductions, and he actually distanced himself from the abductors. After this, Honorable Babu Owino came out and gave his honest opinion. Listen to this.
Thank you very much, fellow Kenyans. I want to take this opportunity to talk about the recent abductions. Abductions which are leaving families in pain, in agony. It is so sad for someone to get out of nowhere to abduct a child of a fellow Kenyan. These abductions have already been condemned by different leaders, and the Inspector General of Police has come out clearly saying that the police officers are not the ones who are abducting Kenyans. I want to tell you, Kenyans, that it is a high time to stop these abductions, and you know what to do. Do not request the president not to abduct people. You have the solution. Now that we have been told that it is the criminal gangs who are abducting Kenyans, we need to deal with these criminal gangs. You know what to do. Anything humanly possible, anything around you, any material around you should be used to protect a fellow Kenyan. We will not allow abductions as Kenyans. If you stopped President Ruto from signing the finance bill into an act, then you can stop a few group of people, 2 or 3, from abducting fellow Kenyans. Let us deal with these people decisively. Kenyans, let us ensure that no Kenyan suffers anymore.
So since these abductors have been categorized as criminals, as goons, Kenyans, how do you deal with such people in those Subarus and Probox? Listen to this man from all the way from Kisumu City, what he had to say.
Guys, let me give you pointers on this abduction, on how to solve this abduction problem. Reason why I'm a Luo. In Kisumu, for example, tuseme kuna mse alikuwa abductiwa, right? The first thing utaona mawe itatoka from nowhere. Au mtu ameitupa. Na hiyo mawe imelengwa kwa windscreen na hiyo gari yenye imekuja kwa abduct mse. Then driver atashtuka na atachomoa gari haraka. Si ataacha wale wase wana abduct mse hapo nje. That is when public inabaki na hawa wase kama ni 4 ama 3. Kwani kazi ya mawe ni nini? Si mtumie tu akili. Karau ashatuambia vizuri that they are not involved in this abduction. Kumaanisha tuko na criminals kwa hii society yetu, and we need to deal with them. Since Karau amesema they don't have the capability of dealing with these people. It is you and I as a brother and as a sister to protect the society. So mukitaka kuendia abduction, that is the only way. Wakifika hivyo, mawe itoke from nowhere, chapa windscreen, achia mob imebaki, hawa sasa wamebaki hapa chini.
As we all know, Kenyans are fearless and they will always speak their mind no matter what. One Kenyan man came out and said that the president of Kenya, President William Ruto, is brainless. Just listen to what he Bro.
Ruto. Kama kuna mtu mwenye ana akili kwa hii dunia ni wewe Ruto. Na wewe ni mjinga namba 1, president ambaye hajielewi. Na mimi nataka nikuambie hivi. Mimi ndio Papa TV na sikuogopi. Wacha wenye unatishia vijana pale Jakaranda, unaenda unawatoa mbio mara wanaweka wa Subaru. Mimi utakuwa umenisaidia sijai bebo kwa Subaru. Na raundi hii mtanikujia na ndege. Ruto nasema wewe ni matako. Na sikuogopi yana ati president. Nyinyi mlionga Chebukati, hiyo kita iko yako. Chebukati sasa hizi anaumia kwa sababu ya ongo ile ambayo mlimpea. Sasa hivi ameruka kichwa. Raila ndiye alikuwa akuwe president, lakini ulifanya ujinga wako ukapeana ongo, Chebukati akatangaza uongo. Ushaondoka Gachagua, amebaki wewe. Mkapitisha katiba sijui mara sijui wanaume wa kulana kwa matako. Wewe Ruto, si ni wewe ndio ulipitisha? Kumaanisha nyinyi na Gachagua mlikuwa mnakulana nyuma. Ulikuwa umeoa Gachagua. Na sasa hizi Gachagua ameamua kusema ukweli. Zile siri zenye mlikuwa mnafanya zote. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanakufa kwa are. Nyinyi si hata mjui. Na si hatujui. Mnajua kile ambacho kinaendelea. Ruto wewe ni mjinga. Nataka nikuambie hivi, nitafuteni munifinye magende. Si mlimaliza kunifinya. Kuna kitu kingine mnataka? Ndio maana yake sifichi sura. Nyinyi kujeni mahali ambapo mnataka munipate. Na niko Tasia. Si hata najificha. Kama kuna mtu mwingine narudia kusema wewe ni mjinga president ambaye hajielewa una akili.
Later on, after his videos trended on social media,
wacheni kuniangaisha. Saizi hata kwenda kwa duka peke yake siwezi. Naomba tu mnisamee. Please. Ruto, ambia hao madisiye waachane na mimi. Wananipeleka mbio. Mimi sitaki. Na nyinyi madisiye acha niwaambie. Najua ni kazi mmepewa. Munitafute. Si ati mlikuwa mmekosa kazi ya kufanya. Mimi vitu zenye nilikuwa naongea mimi by the way mimi naomba msamaha. Wacheni kunitishia maisha mkinipigia simu mkiniuliza penye niko, mkiniuliza wengine wanajifanya wanataka kutoa content na mimi. Please. Nataka niwaambie hivi. Mimi mnanihangaisha. Naomba msamaha. Nilitusiana na sitawahi rudia tena. Please. Nimeenda nyumbani nikidhania ni kuzuri, kumbe huko ndo kubaya kabisa. Mimi mambo ya kutusiana tena nimeachana nayo. Mimi nadhania kuongea mtu anaweza ongea tu. Please, sitawahi tusiana tena.
Apart from our brother being clouded in fear, Kimani Ichung'wah also came out and threatened the Kenyans and the GenZs who are criticizing the current government, who are criticizing the president of Kenya, William Ruto.
Nirudi nisirudi. Nirudi tena. Na mtu akicheza na baba nifieke. Mtu akicheza na Rais Ruto nifieke.
So, comrades, if you had a chance to meet the president of Kenya and talk to him, or even if you had a chance to send him a message, what will you tell him? Listen to what this lovely young Gen Z had to say.
I have a message for our president, Dr. William Ruto. So I've heard today you want our parents to discipline us. I feel like you are feeling that we are disrespectful. We might be, yes. But have you ever sat down and asked, why are we disrespectful? It's because you also don't respect us. And respect is and it's not demanded. How are we supposed to demand? How are we supposed to respect you when you're abducting us? How are we supposed to respect you when you're killing us? How are we supposed to respect you when you lie and lie and lie and lie shamelessly and mercilessly? How are we supposed to respect you when you promise without fulfilling? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us stupid? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us peppers? You called us treasoners for rejecting the finance bill. Here is the thing. Before you tell our parents how we are supposed to be respectful or how they are supposed to discipline us, have you disciplined your children yourself? Your son is a notorious criminal who does not even obeys traffic rules. Have you seen how his nganyas are driven in this city, Nairobi? Have you seen? I hear that your daughter is a lesbian. Are you the parent who is telling our parents how they should parent us? How about you start with the big log in your eye before the small specks in our parents' eye? Listen, manzi. It's either udu chenye tunataka ama tu usonge roho safi because we are tired.
What I know is this. Kenyans and GenZs are fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. So why would you incite parents to punish their own children for exercising their constitutional rights? And since the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, came out and said that the police are not involved in abductions, neither the government is involved in abductions, so much has just been revealed. Listen to this.
Kenyans, in this war against abductions, you don't even know what you have discovered. We have IG of police who comes and say that he truly doesn't know who is abducting Kenyans. Then, we have the former Deputy President Gachagua who comes and say that the IG and police don't know who are abducting Kenyans because Ruto created another unit of police led by a guy called Abel. They reside somewhere in a building with 21st floor that are abducting Kenyans. That the IG has no idea and the police have no idea. Then Ruto confirms our fears by saying we are going to stop the abduction. Who are we? The unit that is led by Abel. The reason I'm telling you don't know what you have discovered is this. Kenyans have been correcting taxes. The taxes have been increased. Ruto has borrowed more than any other president. You cannot see even a project. Is there a possibility that there is another treasury that Kenyans don't know? Outside the government that we know, Ruto has created another treasury of correcting money outside the Kenya government we know. Is there a possibility that all these ministers who have been failing in their job, including very competent one, is there a possibility that Ruto created another line of ministries that are doing the job, including the ghost workers and the ghost schools we have been seeing? Is there a possibility that Ruto is running two kind of government?
So Kenyans, do you think that Kenya, this country, has been turned into a mafia state? If we criticize the politicians, it doesn't mean that we hate them. What we want from them is good and better governance and a better work from them. One member of parliament by the name of Samuel Arama, he came out and told his goons that if you see anybody who is criticizing the MPs or the government, you should deal with them. Just listen to this rubbish.
Nyinyi vijana, mtu anaenda kuongea Arama, msikia mtu ameongea Arama kwa social media, tafuta yeye mumlete station. Bwana yes, you must give me justice. Kwa sababu watu wananitusi. Sasa hivi vijana wakikamata huyu mtu wamleta hapa, si pia tutatafutia yeye kwa sababu sasa nyinyi mmekataa kunisaidia. OCS ya wakamati watu. Mbona wakamati hao na raia unaona sasa wanaanza kusema wakamati. Lakini tusaidiane. Kwa sababu mimi siwezi kukubali pia. Unajua watu wengi wananiona wanaona mimi ni mtu. Mimi si mtu hivyo vile mnaona. Msinifikirie ati mimi ni mtu kama President William Ruto. Mnakumbuka alikuja hapa mkamwambia waachana na Arama. Hata president ananiambia kila siku anasema ile watu yako ya 140 na Kabutembo soko mjinga anawajua. Wewe ni nani ukuje kuniambia hapa ati unataka kusimama kura? Ati sasa wewe umekuja ni jembe mpya, jembe ya kwenda kulima wapi? Ena mkataze hiyo watu. Hiyo watu sasa mtaenda mjauane vijana kama 200. Nyinyi ndio mnaweka amani hapa. Amani tu. Watu wakikuja kunitusi, msipige yeye, mnashika yeye, mnampeleka OCS. Mnasema mtu alikuwa anatusi mheshimiwa wetu, si ndio? Kwa hivyo leo ni onyo kwa ile watu wanapita hapa. Mimi ndio member of parliament until 2027. Kama wanataka kutoka hapo, wakuja wanitoe.
After all these abduction scandals in Kenya, it was time to occupy the country, occupy the streets and protest against abductions in Kenya. #end abductions in Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, activists and the GenZs, they injected and they demonstrated mercilessly and fearlessly. Take a look at some of these scenes that took place during the End Abductions in Kenya protests.
Hey. Take it. Unaona? Sasa kwa nini utandike mtu? Wanaandika tena.
Freedom of expression is our right. Walituambia wataweka pesa kwa mfuko, iko kwa mfuko kweli. Lazima tuongee. asubuhi saa 6 jioni, kama wewe unasikia Kasongo akufurahishi.
Very, very stupid profession.
So tuko hapa na comrades, tumezimiwa light. First of all, the cell is very fucking dark. Na OCS ametoroka, alienda, alisema narudi within an hour, hajarudi. Na amezima simu bro, na yuko kwake nyumbani. Wanatujaribu imani. They are really trying our patience. Lakini ndio tuko na comrades hapa. Uzuri ametuachia simu. Light wamezima ona. Ana. Power to the people. Yeah. This is what it takes to fight for change. And we are ready. Wale wa oi na waweza, this is not your time. Tuko tu sawa. Okay? Tuko tu sawa. Thank you. Vijana msilale. Bado mapambano. Bado mapambano. Usilale. Iende kukomboa nchi. Iende kukomboa nchi. Sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi. Sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi.
Shame on you. Osama Otero mwenye unaambia watu maandamano ni tarehe 6. Maandamano ni tarehe 30. Shame on you. Shame on you. Imani Chungwa, who you are telling people that we should be arrested. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Rigathi Gachagua mwenye unatuambia you know these places but you're not telling us. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
And we want to tell you, these people you're wearing capes, these abductors you're wearing leather jackets, mnavaa kama tunawatambua. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wananchi, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye ameshikwa, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye anavutwa na magari si inaitwaje, si Subaru peke yake, tunaona pia Probox mnazitumia. So we know you're going to change the way you're going to abduct people, and we are very, very disappointed with you, Mr. President. You cannot come out yesterday and tell us now tunaenda kuachilia wale watu, and then the statement ya polisi you're telling us that you don't know what is happening.
Tuko na organization ni kama wanyonge, yani afadhali ukutana na mwizi kuliko askari. Ukikutana na askari uko na uoga kuliko mwizi. Mwizi utampatia pesa yake atakuacha. Askari anataka kushika na kusingizia vitu vingine. Vitu ambavyo utafanyangi. Wewe utapigia mama yako mzazi aje simu kwambie umeshikwa na robbery with violence. Kitu ambacho hujafanya.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Ruto's new abduction squad.
In early 2023, he re-established a similar unit.
To City Mortuary becoming a crime scene.
There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is.
Was Raymond Otieno murdered?
Was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known.
Is the state responsible?
Mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko ni Mororongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they are believed to be abducted by the same forces.
They are coming for you.
Five Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Elvis of today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Abductions has been a daily occurrence in the Republic of Kenya, and Kenyans are tired of hearing their brothers and sisters have been abducted. Their mothers and fathers, their neighbors, and some of them, they end up being found dead. So Kenyans, who is responsible for abductions in this country called Kenya? Listen to what Free Kenya Movement Chairman Bob Njagi had to say about this.
First, I want to confirm and say it here on live TV that I do believe that it is the state that is responsible for our abductions, without any iota of doubt. The handcuffs that I was put on my hands for 32 days, the handcuff number was 11DC 1892. That's a handcuff number. 11 DC 1892. That's the number of my handcuffs. Okay, it's only the state that has these instruments that can be used to incarcerate somebody. All right. Since our release from abduction, we've not been asked by the state to be investigated. We've not been asked by the DCI to go and record statements for investigations. If there is other people outside the state that are abducting people, then the state has the instruments of investigating to find out who then abducted us. I was not abducted alone. On the same day I was abducted, there were two other gentlemen in the same fashion that were abducted in Kitengela. That is Aslam and Jamil Longton. And we happened again to be released on the same day. This is after the Inspector General of Police had been found in contempt of court for having not presented himself to court for 7 times. The same thing is happening with the new Inspector General. I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country, Kenyans? Raymond Otieno, who was very vocal in the political arena, fighting for good governance and a better future for this country, he was murdered in Nakuru County in cold blood. Let's listen to what Honorable Babu Owino had to say about this case.
On this matter of Raymond Otieno, I want to state that Raymond was murdered, and these people who murdered Raymond are well known. Before Raymond's death, Raymond on several occasions posted on his Facebook handle, social media, posted on his WhatsApp groups within Molo, Nakuru County, that his life was in danger. Raymond was attacked in November, around 23rd day of November 2024. Raymond registered a complaint, had a P3, filled a P3 for action. The police failed to act on the P3. The police failed to arrest those who attacked Raymond, and Raymond stated clearly that he knew them. Raymond stated clearly that he was being threatened by the area member of parliament, Kimani Kuria. And he stated, and there are those screenshots, and even on his social media handle. And even the wife came out and talked clearly, having known those who were threatening Raymond. Why can't the police act on those who attacked Raymond, on those who killed Raymond? Yet they know very well the person who killed Raymond.
A government pathologist by the name of Johansen Odwor, he came out to reveal some disturbing information on how Molo activist Richard Otieno was brutally murdered. Kenyans, just listen to this.
The late Richard had several severe injuries. There were multiple slash wounds on the back of the head, which led to fracture of the skull and the extensive bleeding of the brain. There were also some slash wounds on the frontal area of the skull, though this one did not fracture the brain, the skull, and there were also bruises on the face. What also we found was also more bruises on the arms, which looked like someone who was trying to defend himself. So from these findings, we can say that the late Richard died as a result of severe head injury, which was caused by a sharp object, which could either be a panga or an axe, which was used severally on the head. We've taken some samples for analysis because you know that LOCAD principle say that when two people meet in a violent way, there's exchange in DNA material. So there's some samples we've taken from the body, which can help us see whether we can apprehend people who did it, their fingernails for DNA. We're also taking samples for toxicological analysis to find out if there's something which was given to him to slow him down prior to him meeting the assailants at the place where he was.
I am just speechless and shocked after hearing what government pathologist Johansen Odwor has said about this case. This is very barbaric and very inhumane. Kenyans, I'm just wondering, is this the country, is this the future that the Kenya Kwanza government promised the people of Kenya during campaigns? Many Kenyans have accused Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani for taking part in Richard Otieno's death. But Molo MP Kuria Kimani has also come forward and promised the Kenyan people that Richard Otieno will get justice. I'm just wondering, will justice be served? Listen to this.
May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru security team, and the Molo security operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
5 suspects who were implicated in the gruesome murder of Richard Otieno, Molo human rights activists, were arrested. And Nakuru court has granted police 21 more days to hold the suspects until the conclusion of the investigation. So Kenyans, take a look at the faces of the murderers, of the suspects who were arrested in Nakuru court.
For the state.
Yes.
Your Honor, we are seeking for 30 days to enable us conclude the investigations into this matter. The investigations will involve collection of Safaricom data. We are yet to record statements of crucial witnesses. Post-mortem is also yet to be conducted. Or it has been conducted. We are awaiting samples that were taken to the government chemist analyst. We are yet to receive that report.
As the investigations continue, Molo residents, they turned up massively in large numbers in Siaya County to bury their comrade, Molo activist Richard Otieno, also known as the Molo president. Take a look.
Watu wa Siaya, sisi hatujui kuandamana, lakini tuliandamana. Warudisha mkono, hiyo maneno wanafanyaga ya tochi, ya nini, waende wafanye mambo hayo, tujue hao ni ya kila nani. Sisi kule Elbago tunajipanga na nyuki, na hivi karibuni mtaona matokeo. Kwa sababu leo ni Richard, kesho ni wewe, kesho ni mimi. Haki ya Richard lazima ipatikane. Tunasema hivi, Richard, tafadhali don't rest in peace. Haki yako ipatikane, mapambano bado yako.
In Mombasa County, things were boiling. The judges there went on to call for a press briefing, calling to an end to abduction, urging for citizen action towards this mass murder of unarmed civilians, disobedience of court orders, and also subversion of the Constitution of Kenya by the rogue regime. Take a look.
Tumeungana pamoja na Wakenya wote nchini kukemea na kupinga na kuonya ubaradhuli na ubepari ambao unaendelea nchini. Hali ambayo iliyoko sahihi kulingana na haki za kibinadamu ni hali ya kutisha, ni hali ya kusikitisha na ni hali ya kutamausha. Vijana wanauliwa left, right and center. Leo kama mwanaharakati kuzungumza, it is like signing a death sentence. Kenya leo, there is violations of human rights of the highest order. We lack a vocabulary to describe this. Wanaharakati tunanyanyaswa, wanaharakati tunatishwa, wanaharakati tunapigwa, wanaharakati hatuna uhuru wa kusema jambo lolote. Hivi hapa tulivyosimama, hata tunaogopa tunaweza kushikwa tukaambiwa this is unlawful assembly. Tunasema hali hii ikome, na sisi kama wanaharakati hatutatishwa. Sisi kama wanaharakati tunapinga mauaji ambayo yametokea Nairobi. We shall give them a 7-day notice and we shall serve them legally and appropriately. And we are calling upon all the GenZs in Mombasa County. When we call for action and demonstration, we want you to come out. This is your legal right constitutionally, na haufai kutishwa na mtu yoyote kwa sababu kuandamana ni haki yako.
Kenyans received heartbreaking news regarding the discovery of 2 dead bodies, that of Justus Mutumwa and Martin Mwau, who had gone missing since December 2024.
Kenyans, let's not forget Kitengela 4, who were brutally murdered after they were suspected to be livestock thieves. They were heading back home from a birthday party and none of their motorbikes developed a problem. So while they were fixing their motorbike, some guards descended on them and beating them to death. And I'm just wondering, who gave you the power to take somebody's life? Who gave you the power to kill? Is there not a police station around there where you can take them and they get charged or booked? Just take a look.
The family of 2 brothers, Frederick Mureithi Wanjiru and Victor Mwangi Wanjiru, arrived at the city mortuary for the 2nd time this week. They were here on Monday to identify bodies of their loved ones who went missing on Saturday last week. Thursday morning, they assembled here yet again for a post-mortem examination, and the results revealed the gory details of the attack.
Post-mortem inasema ni kuchapwa hii jare kidogo ya mwili, halafu na kudugwa na chapo object. Lakini mimi nilikuwa huku nikaona hiyo mili vile imeuliwa, kwangu vile niliona hao watu walikuwa wamedugwa na kitu chapo hapa. Shimo ilikuwa kubwa, imeingia badani kwa ubongo.
The distraught family narrating the Saturday incident that occurred a day after the 4 friends reportedly left their homes in Syokimau, riding their sports bikes to celebrate the birthday of one of them, 25-year-old Victor Mwangi Wanjiru.
Kenya is becoming a lawless country that even killing, murder has been normalized. Those guards who killed the Kitengela 4, they should be arrested and charged and locked away for good. We cannot have murderers walking among us. Chief Justice Martha Koome, she now pretends to condemn President Ruto over the abductions, as the number of those who have been killed is rising day by day. Take a look.
I, as a mother, and now as a grandmother, I put myself in the shoes of that parent whose child was abducted, and for days on, months on, they do not know where their child is. What I have to say as the Chief Justice is that Kenya is a country of the rule of law. We have the Constitution, We have other statutes, the Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, which define every crime.
As the number of abductions and murder rises day by day in Kenya, if I may ask you, do you think that President William Ruto has an abduction squad, and even worse, a killer squad that is freely operating in Kenya without repercussions? Listen to this.
After Ruto disbanded SSU in early 2023, he re-established a similar unit within DCI. Retained some people from the SSU and recruited others. Those were people being recruited for a new unit that replaced SSU. It is called Operation Support Unit. So Operation Support Unit is the one which replaced SSU, and it is doing exactly what SSU used to do.
This has been so normalized that even armed men using fake number plates walking around, they can simply just abduct a Kenyan citizen if they want to. Like Kenyans, it is time for us to raise our voices. Let's put an end to these extrajudicial killings and enforce disappearances in the Republic of Kenya. Listen to what activist Hussein Khalid had to say about the Mlolongo 4.
We have the 4 families. Just to clarify, Mlolongo, it's Mlolongo 4, not Mlolongo 3. These 4 who were abducted, they all know each other. They were actually friends. So 3 of them were abducted on 17th, and then they came back and picked MBC, the 4th one, or the day after. So it's Mlolongo 4 colleagues, not Mlolongo 3. 2, Justus and Martin, their fingerprints were taken, and of course the message was sent to their rural home. As Wakili has said, that information came to light yesterday. The other 2, we have information that the other 2 might be here, but the morgue attendants have asked us for time because there are very many bodies. So they are trying to locate on those dates those 2 whose features might resemble these other 2 colleagues. But the 4 families are here together. We are hoping that once everything has been confirmed, then we will move to the postmortem process. The bodies are not in very good shape. They appear to have been mutilated. Even you can't really tell from the look on the faces only, you can't really identify who they are. It's the fingerprints and probably the DNA.
A Citizen TV journalist by the name of Odi Francis exposed that a body which was booked at City Mortuary alongside with other 2 Mlolongo victims went missing. This makes City Mortuary a crime scene. Let's take a look.
I want to go on record so the country may know that actually there is a body that was brought here, and it's on the record, alongside the body tagged 2390. There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is. It's on the record, but nobody knows where the body is.
Tumebaini kuwa tarehe 18 Disemba mwaka 2024 mwili uliopatikana eneo la Njiru ulifikishwa katika makafani ya City saa 11 jioni na maafisa kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Obama eneo la Kayole. Siku moja baadaye maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Ruai wakafikisha mwili mwingine tarehe 19 saa 12 jioni, na baada ya dakika 50 mwili wa 3 ukafikishwa katika makafani hayo ya City saa 12 na dakika 50, na maafisa wa polisi kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Molem wakifikisha mwili ambao uliorodheshwa kupatikana mtaa wa Molem, Dandora.
There's some collusion here between this institution and the police to hide bodies here, and victims who have been abducted, they too will be summoned to court. They will answer. Like
seriously, where are we heading to as a country? The Kenya government should be held accountable for the murders and the abductions that is taking place in our territory. A member of the Kenyan Senate by the name of Edwin Sifuna, he came on and said that Nairobi City Mortuary, its management and the county government are complicit in the abduction and killing of Kenyans. How is it the bodies of the men from Mlolongo have been there since December 18th, and when families visited the facility, they couldn't find them? It is quite clear that the management is in cahoots with the abductors and they must be held accountable. Just listen to what the ground is saying.
Hii mambo ya kutuambia stories za jaba hapa Kenya hakuna. Sisi mnafanya abductions, watu wanapatikana City Mortuary. Wale walishikwa huko ni Mlolongo ama ni wapi? Walipatikana mortuary wakiwa mortuary, and they are believed to be abducted by the same forces. The same people that we pay with our own taxpayers' money. And then wanachukua hawa watu wanaenda kutupa kuua watu, wanapatikana mochari. Kama mliua Brian, mulete mwili tuone, tujuage kitendo yenye ilifanyika. Lakini msitufiche, msijifanye hapo ati nyinyi ni werevu sana. Hakuna werevu mko nayo. This time round tumetoka kwa hiyo level ya kubebagwa ufara na kubebwa ujinga. Kama DCI mvijafanya kazi yenu, I will promise you, you are turning Kenya to be now. Kama ile shughuli inafanyika huko Congo. Mutaona vile tutainuka kinyume na polisi. Because we cannot be watching ati mtu anabebwa alafu anadisappear.
Even our own police officers are not safe from abductions. Malaba border was closed after Kenyan police officers, they were abducted and repatriated to Kampala from our own Kenyan soil. Can you imagine that? Just listen to this.
Hii ndo hali ilipo pande ya Malaba. Mimi mwenyewe nazungumza, niko katikati ya mto pale juu ya bridge ile imegawanya Uganda na Kenya. Niko katikati ya hiyo bridge nikielekea pande ya Uganda. Vile mnapoona hakuna gari yote inafuka kuelekea Kenya, na pande hii nyingine ya Kenya mkiangalia hakuna gari yote inayofuka kuelekea pande ya Uganda. Hii ni kufuatia maneno ya jana yale yaliyosemwa kana kwamba kuna polisi wa Kenya alishikwa na polisi wa Uganda na wakampeleka anti Kampala. Jana walijaribu wakafunga boda kwa muda wa nusu saa, lakini baadaye wakashirikiana wakaona wafungue boda lakini wapeane masaa. Ikifika asubuhi ya leo kama huyo polisi hajaachiliwa, boda itafungwa mpaka ile siku huyo polisi ataachiliwa. Na ndiposa mnaona hali ilivyo.
How can the Kenyan government allow such treasonous acts by allowing foreign powers to perpetrate treasonous acts within our borders? But who are the Kenyan people? The Kenyan people decided to go and eject the occupied, and they protested against the abduction of our Kenyan police officers. Later on, the police officers were released, and the crowd, the masses, they cheered in support of our police officers. Just take a look. These stories of abductions and murder did not just start recently. It has been here for quite some time. Kenyans, do you remember Kenyan billionaire by the name of Jacob Juma, who was assassinated for turning into a whistleblower? Before his death, he said that President William Ruto is the one who is planning to take him out. Let's take a look at this.
The late Jacob Juma, at 12:34 p.m. on the 10th of December 2015, tweeted, and I quote, "The person who is obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday." My question to you is, did you have anything to do with that? As the late Jacob Juma claimed, as Jirongo claimed, and why you?
Well, I think we lost Jacob Juma. That he would be best placed to respond to your question. And maybe you should look for some time, get Jirongo here, so that he can tell the country what he means. But I am sure as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, that the killers of Jacob Juma will be brought to book. I am hoping that they will be brought to book, and they will be known. I want to tell you and to tell Kenyans and to tell the country that I have nothing to do with anything to do with the life or death of Jacob Juma.
Investigations are going on. Have the police questioned you since Jacob Juma directly?
When the police want a statement from me, I will give it freely. Any day, anytime, anywhere.
It is quite clear that President William Ruto cannot handle criticism, neither can he handle to be held accountable. Not unlike Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, who has been in the political game for quite some time. He has been criticized for decades, but yet he has learned to know his boundaries. Listen to what Fanya Mambo Kinuthia had to say about this.
If there is a politician who has been insulted in this country, by the way, let me tell you, if Raila was a bad-hearted man, Mimi sijui kama kuna mtu Kenya ametukanwa kuliko Raila. Raila has been called Kehe, he's been called uncircumcised, he's been called Mchawi. There is no word you can imagine that Raila has not been called. I have never had him send his boys to go and kill, abduct or mistreat the people who've called him names. Raila ameitwa Kimudu Kiguruki. He's been called all sorts of names, and I usually say hats off. I respect him for the fact that he has the thickest skin I have seen in Kenyan politics.
That is why he's Baba.
He has a strong aptitude. He can take up so much. I personally don't think I would have the strength to take up what Baba has taken in. He has really been demeaned and insulted, all in trying to help this country. When he keeps quiet, it's a problem. When he speaks, it's a problem. When he leaves the country, they have a problem that he has left. When he returns, they say, kwa nini amerudi? When he supports Ruto, it's a problem. When he leaves him alone, amenyamaza sana. So it's hard to be Baba. It's hard to be Baba.
The Law Society of Kenya, led by President Faith Odhiambo, have called for a nationwide condemnation of the abductions and the killings of the Gen Zs. Let's take a look.
And what that means that the abductions that are going on are either committed by some of the security operatives or with the connivance or sufferance of the security apparatus, and that must be called out. And it's not an excuse to say that the Gen Zs or some of the people in Kenya have taken to abusing social media. That is true, but there's no way an abuse in the social media can call for death. And that is why when Faith Odhiambo asked me yesterday, the other day, that the LSK is going to sue on behalf of all those who have been killed, either during the demonstrations or subsequently, I told her I will support that, and I'll be very glad to lead the team without any apology.
We need the National Police Service to give us tangible answers. You can't deny and say you don't know what is happening. It's not you who has arrested. It's not you who has abducted. And yet at the very same time, it's your same police officers who are saying they have found the body, yet you're saying you do not know. Or you need to tell us who is the person killing Kenyans. We need to stand firm as a nation and as a people. Our country is a beautiful country. We have beautiful laws. Let us bring life to those laws. Today I saw a clarification by IPOA saying that they have not said they cannot investigate. I hope they will show us by action. We have not seen any arrests arising from the Gen Z protest to the current abductions. Nothing is going on in our country.
Frequent abductions and killings have really affected the Kenyan people psychologically. And I'm just wondering, when will all this stop? Just take a look at this skit.
Wala tushike tumgote. Walai. Imeweza.
Wewe Ken, ni zizi bana.
Kumbe ni nyinyi.
Wewe umeenda? Hebu sikia.
Wazee alikuwa dhairega hapa.
Ngoja unaepa wewe Ken. Wewe rudi.
Sawa, nakaa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
5 Kenyan police were arrested or literally abducted by the Ugandan police.
you.
From Mashujaa Day turns chaotic in Nairobi. To Eric Omondi disguised himself from arrest.
Huyo kijana ametusumbua sana. Nyinyi fanyeni venye mtafanya.
Criminals dancing to Anguka Nayo.
Anguka nao. Anguka nayo.
Ruto must go.
Anguka nayo.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. October Sunday 20th, 2024, Mashujaa Day in Kenya. Many Kenyans, GenZs, millennials, activists went to Uhuru Park to celebrate and also remember our heroes, our Kenyan heroes who took to the streets to challenge the corrupt government. And many of them lost their lives, many of them were injured, and many of them are still missing till date. Take a look at this video of Eric Omondi urging Kenyans to show up at Uhuru Park.
Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm urging and requesting Kenyans from all walks of this country, let us meet at Uhuru Park from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. We will be celebrating our fallen heroes, our brothers and sisters who died during the protests. Please come carrying a candle, please come wearing black, and please come carrying a flag. We will be with the parents and families of our fallen heroes.
Finally, it is Mashujaa Day, and many GenZs, millennials, Kenyans and activists woke up very early in the morning to go and occupy Uhuru Park. But when they arrived there, to their shock, they were denied access. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things unfolded when the people of Kenya arrived at Uhuru Park.
Kenya ni home! Kenya ni kwetu! Yes. Wanatuzuia tuingie huko ndani juu ya nini? Hatuna silaha, hatuna bunduki, tuko na candle, tuko na bendera, tunatokea nini? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Kenyans are business, not
As you can see with your own two eyes, many Kenyans, patriotic Kenyans, were denied access to the public park, Uhuru Park. And this is what Governor Sakaja tweeted before the Mashujaa Day arrived. This is what he said in his X account. Uhuru Park has been opened and remains open to the public every day. Every Kenyan is allowed to come and is welcome to enjoy their park. You can also book for events. A public park is, however, not available to be reserved for exclusive use during the public holiday. Other Kenyans will also want to enjoy. It can be reserved to any other day. This is totally nonsense. How can you say that a public park is not reserved for a public holiday? Like Governor Sakaja, make us understand what you really meant. And instead of typing and tweeting nonsense on X, you should have come and gave us a solution, gave the Kenyan people a solution to where they should go and celebrate their Mashujaa Day. So to me personally, this tweet is just purely nonsense, because those other Kenyans are still Kenyans who wants to come and enjoy the Uhuru Park. But yet everybody, every Kenyan were denied access. This is nonsense.
Ruto must go.
While Kenyans were being denied access to Uhuru Park to celebrate their heroes, not far away from Nairobi County, Nairobi City, in Mombasa County, in Kwale, Kithure Kindiki receives the President William Ruto, and the First Lady to celebrate Mashujaa Day. The guard of honor was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Faith, but many Kenyans were not happy with Douglas performing Anguka Nayo in Kwale County, and some of them went on X and tweeted. One of them was Mistress, and this is what she said. Latest traitors are Anguka Nayo hit makers. We met them, but they don't know we can destroy them. Despite all this, Samuel Makore came and defended Douglas, and this is what he had to say.
You're shamelessly running a campaign to cancel Douglas on your page, right? Right? Because they performed at Mashujaa Day at a state function. You know, this country, be anything but an artist. There's no difference between you and that dictator which you're trying to oust. There's no difference between you and the system that you're pretending to fight. I'll say this because Anguka Nayo is not a song that was born in the protest. It's a song that came out before the protest, before we hit the streets. You don't support these guys because you were not streaming that song until the protests came. But the young men were in studio working hard. Let me tell you, you cannot cancel these guys. If those young men keep on steadily at their craft and hitting the studio, they're gonna dominate the airwaves. You don't stream their music, you don't support them. When's the last time you proposed them for a corporate gig? For any Mashujaa Day celebrations that you planned, did you invite them?
Even Big Bad Ogre was not left behind, and this is what he had to say about Douglas and their performance.
But Douglas, nimesikia form ni kucancel wa Douglas. You know form? Tumekuwa na utoto hivyo. To the point wa vijana wanajituma, wamepata gig mzuri. Mashujaa Day 2024 kitu watakumbuka for the rest of their lives, bro. Wewe na ujinga yako na upumbavu yako na maskini yako umekaa kwa nyumba ya mamako Gasia wewe. Ukinyoka. Umekaa kwa kila kwa kuonesha tu cancel ase. Oh, Gagdis ajudi sisi tuliwabuild. Muli build nini mother? Noli lipia studio time. Noli lipia studio. Noli beba kamera kwenda kurekodio video yake shoot. Noli come up na hiyo dance move, bro. Unaenda kucancel nini wewe? Unacancel kitu ku build. Tuache utoto.
This is my own take on this. It is good that Douglas went and performed Anguka Nayo in front of those criminals. Even when they are dancing, you can clearly see the guilt on their faces. That day event finished in Kwale County. Our politicians went to wine, dine, and rest in expensive 5-star hotels, but yet our officers were subjected to sad conditions. Take a look at how these female officers spent their night. So as you can see, Kenyans, this is how our female officers spent their night after the event. But don't forget that the guard of honor in that event was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Faith Mogandi, making her the first female senior officer in this country, in this territory, in this land, to command the guard of honor. Like, this country, this government is becoming day by day a joke to the world. Despite Mashujaa Day being celebrated in Kwale County, did you know that the Kaya elders boycotted Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kwale? Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so family. A lot of people are talking about this, but the Kaya elders are not in attendance at the Mashujaa Day celebrations. They stood down and they said they were not planning to attend. So for the Kaya elders not to attend, that's a big deal, because I actually think Kwale was chosen for spiritual reasons. But you'll start saying stories at Jabba Sidri, what. Anyway, I've also been told that some county staff have also failed to attend. So when you see all these, for anyone who's watching, who's wasting their time watching, that's like their bash. It's the way you can call people to your house for a bash, and then if you're ballers, you'll come with your choppers and everything, but it's not a national celebration. Guys are heading to occupy Uhuru Park.
Back in Nairobi County, Nairobi City, Nairobi, Kenya, while Kenyans, GenZs, millennials and activists were striving to access Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes, some politicians, some government officials were seen accessing freely the Uhuru Park with so much impunity. Take a look at this. While the MPs were entering inside Uhuru Park freely, outside Uhuru Park, Julius Kamau was injecting and talking to the young people, the young Gen Zs, on why this government is not on our side and why we need good governance in this country.
With this country is that we have refused to address the root cause of our evils, the root cause of our problems. Police killings, I've said so many times in this country, is a colonial vestige. And we must address the root cause of this problem. It happens because we have refused to address the root cause of our problems.
While Julius Kamau was addressing the nation, he was violently arrested, and this is how things went down.
I'm ready to die for freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. Yes, freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. And you must fight freedom. You must unite. Kenyans unite. Poor people of Kenya unite. I'm not
Kenny, they're just arresting everyone.
And that's not all. Even Geoffrey Mosiria, Environment Chief Officer of Nairobi City, was also arrested when he went to tell the people that you cannot access this place. You cannot access Uhuru Park during public holidays. But little did he know that he will also be arrested. Take a look.
Events are not held there because families come there to enjoy. Sasawa. Sasawa?
Chief Officer, please.
Okay. Here it now.
Haina shida, wewe imetosha.
Chief Officer, I've been arrested. Wait, Nairobi.
Patriotic young Kenyans had high hopes to be allowed and given access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes during Mashujaa Day. But yet they were met with violence and brutality. Look at how these young Kenyans are being mishandled.
Unanichapa. Hebu niwacheni. Niwacheni. Unanipeleka mkubwa nimefanya. Nimefanya nini? Unanipeleka wapi? Hebu niacheni. Unanifanya nini? Unanipeleka wapi mkubwa? Unanifanya nini? Unanipeleka wapi?
In Juja, the people decided to inject. The deputy county commissioner tried to read Ruto's message to the crowd, but yet the people there didn't want to hear any of it. Take a look at how things unfolded.
Speech by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, PhD, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces during the 1st Mashujaa Day celebration held on Sunday, 20th, 2025 at Kwale Stadium, Kwale County. We, the people of Kenya, are proud defenders of our freedom.
While Juja comrades were mercilessly injecting and not wanting to hear Ruto's message, back in Nairobi City, Hussein Khalid, a man who has always been fighting for the rights and the freedoms of the people, he was also arrested. And not only him, but 30 other young Kenyans were also arrested. Take a look at how Hussein Khalid was violently arrested.
Ule, wewe umesema tunaweza ongea? Umesema tunaweza ongea? Hakuna kuongea hapa. Makosa gani nimefanya? Why are you arresting me? Why are you arresting me? For what mistake? Addressing the media. Is that an offense? Why are you arresting me? Wewe mkubwa. Why are you arresting me for addressing the media? This is why we need to change this country. Lazima tutabadilisha hii nchi.
Things got so violent to the point that even Hesbon Bahati, an award-winning poet, was also shot with a rubber bullet, and he got a fracture, and that fracture, it requires surgery. This is crazy. During Mashujaa Day, when Kenyans were still striving and fighting to access Uhuru Park and celebrate, many people are complaining that Eric Omondi never showed up, but he showed up and he had to disguise himself because he got some information that some people are planning to assassinate him. Listen to this.
So a certain GenZ policeman called me today at 6:30 in the morning, and he told me they've been given orders to deal with me once and for all. His exact words were, huyo kijana ametusumbua sana, nyinyi fanyeni venye mtafanya. So I'm here at Uhuru Park because I have to show up. Ndio hawa hapa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. GenZ ndio hawa. GenZ ndio hawa. Ndio hawa GenZ. Ndio hawa GenZ. Ndio hawa GenZ. Guys, I'm in town. The police are there. They don't even know I've passed them.
Even a fearless GenZ, Marvin Mabonga, Kyoto Sonko, he was representing well in the streets, and he urged Kenyans, people to come out and represent and fight for the freedom of this country. Take a look.
Mbona mnakaa huko? Simkujeni trao bana. Sisi tunataka kufanya tu hapa a small task to remember our fallen soldiers. Ndio tunakimbizwa, sijui kama mnaona. Kujeni trao majamaa. I don't like why do you fear coming to town? Hakuna mtu anapigwa huku. Just come. Man, just come, please. Because we need to do this. Else itakuwa noma, si ndio? Wase wakam, wase watokee. Majamaa ndio makarao, sijui wanaenda aje. Lakini wametupiga hapa tear gas. Wanakuja hii side yetu.
anatuambia. Hai. Hatuwezi ishi venye Sakaja anataka. Tutaishi venye tunataka. So guys, watu wetu wawili wamekuwa abducted. Hiyo si arrest, hiyo ni abduction. Wewe sio ngokea mtu papo unaweka yeye kwa gari. Uhuru paka bila uhuru. Uhuru ni wake. Wanakuja Isai kapo. Wanakuja Isai. Twepe. Maumbo zenu. Maumbo.
Under all this chaos, brutality and violence, this patriotic man came out to speak to the young people, and to be honest, his words were very, very encouraging. Listen to this.
Anakuja anatupokonya serikali yetu ya wananchi, inakuwa kampuni yake. Unasheki anatumalizia. Hata ulisikia huyo mjinga Gachagua alikuwa anatuambia nini? Ati hii ni serikali ya mashareholder. Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Unacheki. Kwa hivyo nyinyi vijana mshikamane na msikubali kugawanywa na hiyo siasa ya ujinga ya ukabila, kwa sababu umoja ni nguvu.
Peace, love and unity brings us together. Do you guys remember that tweet where Governor Sakaja said that Uhuru Park is not meant for public holidays but meant for other people who want to enjoy themselves? Take a look at this video of this tourist who came to Kenya to enjoy himself, but yet he was denied access to Uhuru Park.
How come Kenyan police are shooting me? They shoot tear gas at me walking down the street. They tell me to go home. Why? What is the problem? I don't know what the problem is. They shoot tear gas at me, and then they told me, the police tell me to go home. I shouldn't be here. Why? Where are you going? To the park. I'm coming from my hotel. Why are the police treating me this way? Why do they talk to visitors and tourists this way? Tell them to go home. You don't want me here? Huh? You have nothing to say.
I'm still very, very confused and wondering who are those other people that the governor was saying that they can be allowed to go inside the Uhuru Park and enjoy themselves. But yet other Kenyans were being arrested, brutally arrested and denied access. Who are those other people, Governor Sakaja? Who are they? Are they those people who are entering inside Uhuru Park with vehicles and yet other Kenyans are being arrested? Are they the ones? While Nairobi County was the only county in Kenya which was very, very chaotic during Mashujaa Day, other counties were very, very different. Like Kisii County. Take a look at this video of how these Gen Zs were entertaining the people there.
Kiriwa kimita wabunge kizindo majenzi kiriwa kimbisa wabunge Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwake Ruto Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwake Ruto walipokalipia kalepo na punge wabunge wakasikia mruzo wa magena kama mali zazi na kumbe walikuwa ni wale majenzi waliojawa hasira mingi na mimi nikakajiyo rizazi.
Even in Nairobi city, despite all the chaos that was going on around, this man showed up in a very unique way and he put a smile on people's faces. Take a look.
Hata wanakuja maandamano. Buda tuko maandamano hizi ni gani bwana? Maisha ni kujituma tu. Haya sawa.
Tough and patriotic Kenyans continued to fight for their freedom, to fight for access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things went down. Those are just some of the scenes. So much happened during Mashujaa Day in Nairobi City. Also listen to this music song that Eric Omondi has dedicated it to our freedom fighters and also to the people of Kenya. Listen to this.
Msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Juni 25, vijana walishikana kupigania haki zao. Tulipoteza vijana kwa risasi, ilhali walikuwa kwa amani wakitembea. Eric Shieni, David Chege na Ibrahim wote walipoteza maisha yao nje ya bunge. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Rex Kadike, Kennedy Onyango, Abdi Kadeke
walipoteza maisha yao wakitafuta ukombozi. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Tunamkumbuka shujaa Besli Kamau aliyepotea na baadaye akapatikana ameaga. Tunawakumbuka mashujaa wote, hatutawasahau kamwe. Tunaendelea na safari ya ukombozi wa Kenya kwa ajili na kwa heshima yenu.
Ruto must go. 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 Ruto must go.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you. Higher power. Higher power. We are coming for you.
Allah, how are you? Since the protest started, so many lives have been lost along the way. So many people have been kidnapped, abducted, and some of them are still missing till date. On August 19th, Free Kenya Movement chairman Bob Njagi was abducted in Mlolongo while he was going back home.
Sio mwizi huyo, wewe ni mtu wa maandamano. Hadi kofia ni ya maandamano.
After 32 days in captivity, later on Bob Njagi was released, and this is how he narrated his story. Listen to this.
I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power, higher power. People power, higher power. People power, higher power. Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
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 Viva. Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the Fourth Estate. Thank you for joining us today for this presser. I'm going to read out my statement, which is in writing, and thereafter I'm going to share it with you also for publication. The title is Bob Njagi, Kitengela 3 Press and Public Statement on Recent Abductions. Revolutionary greetings. I take this opportunity to welcome members of the mainstream media and social media fraternity as they cover this press and public statement for the victims of state abduction, commonly referred to as the Kitengela 3, namely Bob Njagi, Longton Jamil, and Asley Longton. Today, Wednesday, the 9th of October, marks 20 days since our release from abduction and forceful detention without trial. During these few days, we have been undergoing medical treatment, both psychosocial support and physical examination in various health centers, hence the prolonged silence since our release. Prior to our abduction on the 19th of August 2024, Free Kenya Movement had been on the forefront of the protest demonstrations against the draconian Finance Bill 2024, which later mutated into pro-good governance demos that demanded for the dissolution of Parliament and the resignation of President William Ruto and his Deputy Honorable Rigathi Gachagua for gross violations of the Constitution and failing to uphold and protect the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. During the protests, I was singled out and targeted by security agencies for leading the protest. I was illegally arrested twice on 2 separate occasions. On both occasions, I was violently arrested and physically assaulted by the police and denied my right to seek counsel or communicate with my family members. I was presented before a court to answer to the fictitious and trumped-up charges. One of these cases has since been dismissed by the prosecution for lack of evidence. Why then did they have to arrest and subject me to inhumane treatment while knowing so well that I was innocent and they lacked any evidence? The other matter will be heard on the 14th of October, 2024 in Kajiado Magistrates Court, number 1. It is important to note that all demos, we have always notified the police in accordance to Article 37 of the Public Order Act and further requested them for security during the demos. As the demos intensified countrywide, we all witnessed the introduction of hooligans whose aim was to disrupt the peaceful protest by causing chaos, looting, stealing, and destruction of property. The aim was to create panic and fear amongst the business community, as well as to deter the GenZs from participating in the demos. The police and sympathizers of Kenya Kwanza administration were quick to blame the protesters before undertaking any investigation to ascertain the truth. This strategy, however, did not deter us from proceeding with peaceful protests, much to the dissatisfaction of those who had organized the thugs. The police, instead of arresting or stopping those who are looting from the business community, focused on arresting and shooting and killing innocent protesters. Many businesses in various towns and cities suffered huge losses as a result of looting by hired goons. The GenZ-led protests have been calling for good governance, accountability, and a fight against corruption. Hence, there is no room for thuggery or hooliganism. It will be counterproductive to what we are demonstrating against. Most of the shops looted have CCTV cameras. Why haven't the police used that footage to identify and arrest the real criminals? During the anti-finance bill protest, many young Kenyans have been injured, illegally arrested, abducted, and others died through extrajudicial killings. There have been serious gross violations on human rights that amount to crimes against humanity by security agencies. Government institutions tasked with the role of oversight, such as the Independent Police Oversight Authority, have clearly no powers to arrest or prosecute any rogue police officers. Their attempts to investigate the police have been distracted and hampered in order to cover up the truth. The Kenya police have violated the Constitution severally, yet they are the ones who are entrusted with enforcing the same laws. The use of excessive force such as live bullets, water cannons, tear gas, etc., while concealing their faces to avoid identification has been the modus operandi. To date, no police officer has been brought to book to answer to the charges of assault, misconduct, abuse of office, use of excessive force, abduction, murder, etc. This only points to the reluctance of government to undertake any meaningful investigations that will uncover the truth and reveal those who have been sponsoring the goons. On the 18th of August 2024, I received a call from Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi to accompany him the following day to Nairobi area police station, where he had been summoned to appear before the police. On the 19th of August, I arrived at Nairobi area police station at 2 p.m., only to be informed that the venue had been changed and that he had been asked to go to Nairobi Regional Police Command in Milimani Road. Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi was later put under arrest and whisked away to Kamkunji Police Station. We spent the whole afternoon and evening there with his family and lawyer, seeking for his release, but the police insisted on holding him until the following day in order to arraign him in court. My colleagues then dropped me off at Railway's bus terminus, where I boarded a matatu to Kitengela. En route to Kitengela, the bus stopped at Mlolongo for some passengers to alight. It was then that four masked men, hooded men, got into the vehicle shouting, "Huyu ako na bunduki," while pointing at me. I was immediately alarmed by this assertion, and upon realizing what was happening, I shouted my name, Bob Njagi, and informed all the passengers that I was being targeted because of the demos. The officers shoved me out of the bus forcefully while assaulting me with kicks, blows, slaps, jacking me off my feet, and carrying me shoulder high into an awaiting white car. The officers had cautioned other passengers not to take any photos or videos. However, some passengers managed to secretly record the incident. Inside the white vehicle were 5 men, 2 in the front and 3 at the back. We drove for close to 1 hour, while all the time I was assaulted until we came to a sudden stop. I was then blindfolded and handcuffed at the back and moved into a second awaiting vehicle that had 4 men. 2 sat at the back on either side and 2 at the front. We drove for complete silence for another 30 minutes until we arrived in our destination. 32 days of terror. I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power, higher power. People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
People power,
higher power.
People power,
higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
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 Viva. Sorry. 32 days of terror. I was whisked into a building and ushered into a small, very dark room. It was a size of 6 by 4. I was left on the floor, handcuffed at the back, and blindfolded for 2 days without food. Only some water that was administered occasionally by one of the men. On the 3rd day, the handcuffs were removed from the back side and my hands were cuffed on the front side. I was then moved into another room. The second room had a smaller had a small withered mattress and a blanket. This is where I stayed locked up, handcuffed, blindfolded for the next 30 days. The room was completely sealed with no light during the daytime or nighttime. The only human interaction I got was when the door would be opened twice a day. In the morning, they would open and hand me a cup of tea while removing the waste bucket and replacing it with another one. During lunch hour, I was served with a meal that would barely keep me alive. The food was unpalatable, but I forced myself to eat in order to get some strength and to live to see another day, hoping and praying that God would rescue me from this ordeal. My health depreciated very fast and lost a lot of weight. I was dehydrated and lost a lot of weight during the 32 days of abduction. Once a week, I would be led blindfolded into a room where I showered for 10 minutes before returning back to my cell. I was held incommunicado throughout throughout my abduction and denied all freedoms and rights enshrined in our Constitution: the right to a fair trial, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom from torture, and freedom from abduction. On September 20th, 2024, at about 12:30 a.m., two men came to the cell and asked me to get up and get dressed. I was then taken outside the building into an awaiting vehicle. They removed the handcuffs and replaced them with plastic tie knots, but I remained blindfolded. We drove around the vehicle for about 30 minutes in complete silence. Finally, the car stopped and one of the men informed me that they were going to release me, gave me some money, 400 shillings for bus fare, and removed me from the car. They asked me to sit on the ground and to remain there until they left. I heard the doors shutting and the cars speeding off. By the time I removed my blindfold, they had already disappeared into the dark. I stumbled on my feet and started walking without knowing where I was. In about 15 minutes, I got to Tigoni police station. It was there that I reported the matter, which was booked in the OB. I requested the officers to contact my family, which they did. The OCS Tigoni police station arrived at about 2 a.m., where she asked me to write a statement. I complied, and later my family members arrived, picked me up, and took me home. I have since been recuperating, healing from this horrific experience. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thank all Kenyans of goodwill who have prayed, lobbied for our release from abduction. I wish to single out my family, my parents and siblings and relatives, friends, the Law Society of Kenya, the Defenders Coalition, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, comrades of the Free Kenya Movement, various human rights organizations, civil society organizations, the mainstream media and social media fraternity, leaders from various including Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Wajakoya, Senator Umtata, Honorable Kioni, activists from the social justice movements, and the judiciary for their exemplary role of justice. I thank God for being faithful and for the continued gift of life and good health. I take note that the petition against the IG and CS for Interior is pending in the High Court, though the Judge Lawrence Mugambi has since recused himself from the case. We intend to pursue this case to its most logical conclusion. The state should be held responsible for our abduction and that of many other Kenyans, since it is their duty to provide security to all persons and protect their lives and property. I have since reconciled myself with the ordeal so as to heal. I have since forgiven my captors and asked God to forgive them too. I, however, will pursue justice and plan to sue the government for this ordeal in order to stop any other such abductions. I call upon this government to immediately put an end to all cases of demonstrations from the year 2023 to 2024. Furthermore, we call on the government to recognize and compensate families who have lost their loved ones during this protest as a sign of goodwill, honor, and respect. My spirit is more emboldened, my heart is more fortified, my body is more resilient, and my mind is more focused. I shall continue to lobby for good governance and accountability. I remain to be a strong voice for the weak, the marginalized in society, more so persons with disability, orphans, and widows. Since the 2018 Finance Bill, we initiated the Free Kenya Movement as an alternative platform through which we would lobby for social justice, constitutional reforms, economic and political reforms, and have engaged in several legal battles challenging bad laws. We have been and continue to collect signatures from registered voters in order to initiate a people's dialogue, otherwise known as a referendum. You can access the referendum and signature collection portal on www.freekenya.co.ke or www.freekenyasignatures.com. End of statement. People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Thank you.
Tunaanzisha mchakato wa referendum ambaye tutazuru taifa yote ya Kenya tukisanya sahihi milioni 1 ili tuweze kuleta mabadiliko ya kikatiba ambayo yataleta afueni kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, sivyo? Mnakubaliana na hiyo safari?
From Kenyans shocking Tanzanians.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya.
To 120 students arrested.
And they're being held at Pangani police station.
Did Ruto do this?
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM.
Fake church support.
Wamenyamaza tu, wamenyamaza, wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. So the question of today is, who is William Ruto? Some people will say that he's a great president. Some people will say that he's a corrupt president. Some people will say that he's wise, that he knows how to play his cards well. And some people will say that he's a butcher. The former member of the Kenyan parliament, Martha Karua, had to say this about William Samoei Ruto.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again. That's why he went to the ICC. And you forgive me if I call William Ruto the butcher of Kenya. That's what he is. Last year in Azimio demonstrations, over 70 dead. The known ones, because we don't know whether they falsified records also last year. This year, we don't know how many, but I bet there are more than 100. What other name can we call him but butcher of Kenya? This has to stop, and it will only stop because you and me want it to stop. Kenyans must stop fearing. Some who are killed were not even in the demonstrations. You are met going about your business, children coming from school, people in a supermarket. So even if your fear keeps you away from thinking about this, it can happen to you or to your loved one. We are called upon to save our country. Our country is gone. The republic is no more, not the way the constitution knows it. In its place, we have a colonial, exploitative state that doesn't care about people's life, that is gleeful when taking away people's life. It is gleeful when forcing Kenyans to die of hunger. It's gleeful when civil servants, including the police, have pay slips that are in the negative.
So Kenyans, who is really William Samoei Ruto? If you have the right answer to this question, tell us in the comments down below.
In 2007, who butchered people? ODM. And who was the chief butcher? Ruto again.
The more we talk about William Samoei Ruto, the more questions pop up. And Kenyans, like, are we really being led by the right leaders, or are we slaves in our own country?
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. 90% of the GDP is controlled by 8,000 people.
6 families.
6 families and 8,000 people. They control 90%. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We live in people's... we are not a country. We are a plantation. We are not worse. We are not better off than what used to exist in the medieval times when there was slavery and because we work for Ruto. We work for these 8,000 guys.
6 families.
That's why they can afford to buy houses in Dubai at the cost of 210 million, 207 million. That's why Ruto's ministers can import edible oil and evade and the country loses 11 billion shillings like that. This is why a government minister writes and says, I want 17 billion to buy to pay oil subsidy. And that money is withdrawn from the consolidated fund, which is criminal and illegal, which is treason, and it's happening.
As we have our own eternal affairs in our own country, but outside Kenya, Kenya is being praised worldwide. Listen to what this Tanzanian man had to say about Kenya.
Hakuna nchi yenye siasa ngumu duniani kama Kenya. Ya hata ukienda kumuuliza Mbowe, Tundu Lissu, muulize mwanasiasa yoyote atakwambia pale ni nchi yenye siasa ngumu kuliko taifa lolote duniani. Duniani, sio Afrika. Yaani nchi yenye siasa ngumu. Muda wote damu inamwagika. Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu kwao ni sawasawa na sisi form 6. Yaani mtu Tanzania kwamba yuko form 4, form 6 ilivyo hapa eti ni kitu babu kubwa. Sasa kule chuo kikuu ni sawasawa na form 4, form 6.
So Kenyans, let us make Kenya a great country, because this country is loved. This country is being praised worldwide. People love Kenya. Many people are craving to come and visit Kenya, even marry our beautiful women. So Kenyans, let us not give up in this battle for fighting for good governance.
Kila mtu ana akili, kila mtu ni msomi. Paka mama ntilie kasoma chuo kikuu Kenya. Paka mpiga debe chuo kikuu.
Currently, the people of Kenya are really tired of what is happening in this country. Even in Mombasa, one woman came out and expressed his disappointment towards Raila Odinga for him going to bed with the government. Just listen to what she had to say.
Namlaumu Raila namlaumu sana. Yeye ndo ameleta hii chochocho hapa. Angeacha ile nyumba ikaungua ikateketea peke yao. Amechukua mawaziri, amewajaza pale. Yeye ndo amechochea. Na kule AU nataka anguke, atatoka. Maana yeye ndo amechochea hii. Watoto wameuliwa wakati wa maandamano. Rex Masai alikuwa wa kwanza. Hawajapata haki yao. Hawajapata haki yao kabisa. Wameuliwa. Kwa nini wabunge wanajadili mambo mengine ya ujinga, wasojadili mambo kama kina NHIF ya uwanja wa ndege? Waona hiyo hapo. Mimi kwangu nimekataa, nimekasirika hivi. Mimi pia naenda hospitali, nasikia homa kweli kweli, naenda hospitali.
Bad governance will kill us all. Imagine, taxes are increasing every day. The medical system, people are being hospitalized, but the medical system is down. Like there's nothing working. Development, ghost projects from years and years back, there's still nothing to show for it. But yet our beloved government has the balls to increase school fees. The students from the Nairobi Technical College said enough is enough, and they took it to the streets, and this is how things unfolded. When the fearless students from the Nairobi Technical College took to the streets and expressed their disappointments against the government for increasing school fees, and yet our economy is in bad shape. But what did the students get in return? 120 students were arrested. They were met with brutality. Just take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about it.
I'm receiving reports that 120 students, including the student leaders of the Nairobi Technical Training Institute, have been arrested and they're being held at Pangani police station. They were actually demonstrating peacefully against the sudden hikes in student fees, which is going to affect most of them and make it impossible for them to continue with their education. Next thing, they were rounded up and now they're being held in Pangani police station. So guys are appealing to LSK or any lawyers of goodwill to please make your way to Pangani police station and see how you can help them. Kwani, I thought peaceful demonstration is part of our rights. How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
It is not illegal to demonstrate. In the Kenyan Constitution, Article 37, it clearly says that every Kenyan, every person has a right to peacefully and unarmed assemble, demonstrate, to picket, and present petitions to public authorities. But yet 120 students were arrested. Why? Ruto, why?
How are we turning into a police state all of a sudden, family?
Sometimes I wonder, is the Kenyan churches a business place, or is it truly genuine that they are serving the one and truly living God? When Rigathi Gachagua, the former deputy president of Kenya, was in power, you saw so many churches every day inviting his wife Dorcas Rigathi to church events. But since it's no longer in power, the churches have gone silent. Like, mteja wa nambari unaopiga hapatikani kwa sasa. Listen to this.
The truth of the matter is that the support for Pastor Dorcas Rigathi from the church was not genuine. The only reason walikuwa wanashinda waki-invite Pastor Dorcas Rigathi kila mahali is not because they value her as a person. It's because of her position of power and money. Ile pesa alikuwa anapeana kwa hizo makanisa. That is why she was getting that kind of attention, invitations, and relevance. Throughout this process of impeachment, umeona a single person wa hizo makanisa akitokezea kupeana a single statement. Hata saa hii vile Rigiji is in hospital, have you seen any of those churches? Wamenyamaza tu, wamenyamaza, wanagoja waone hii mchezo ya patapotea vile itaenda. And their attention and loyalty is going to shift maybe back to Rachel, because that's where the money and power is. Yeah, and Pastor Dorcas Rigathi will no longer be relevant to those churches because their interest is not who she is as a person, but the money and the influence she has. Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
So genuinely speaking, in your own view, tell us in the comments down below, what do you think about the modern Kenyan churches? Do you think they are serving the one and truly living God, or do you think this is just another business industry?
Na wao chenye wanafuata ni pesa na influence.
A Kenyan politician by the name of Cyrus Jirongo, he came with a very incriminating information against the president of Kenya, William Ruto. Like, I'm just speechless. I have no words to say. But just listen to what Cyrus Jirongo had to say. Listen to this controversial confession.
Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa kwa gari gani? Ilikuwa na Droid Recovery pamoja na Mheshimiwa marehemu George Kapeni. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Captain alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana, rafiki yangu, ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua. Alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa zamani mnakumbuka yule aliua huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president. Nyinyi mnaelewa, mtu akizoea kuua watu ataendelea kuua. Damu yake, damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha ndani.
A Kenyan urban spoken word artist by the name of Brian Silways has done it again. He took to the streets to inject civic education to the people of Kenya. Story go, story come. Listen to what he had to say.
Story go, story come. Now story come, story go. Itasisitiza a way to say no to stress, depression na ina form. Itakukosesha usingizi kwa hiyo mattress. Landlord wana plot na ma-agent will automate our night sleepless. Extra pressure, ukipata padlock extra kwa mlango. Elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha lakini si wa mlango. So hapo kwa education. Hata uwe na more spice way useless. Whether in the past or present, relax or tense, don't stay wondering what to do, stay hydrated because water is source of life, but life is not source of water. Weomba kazi na wasko pia ukate maji lakini usikate kakwota, na kabla ulewe chakari ulihepa aje option ya soda. Mrembo unakaa fiti, kuacha na utaachwa. Wewe unalilia mbegu ya boyfriend akutaki, nikao juu unaweza pata jeans kwa toja. Na bro, hata kama umeunga kwa jeans, hawa rembo wa Nairobi situmia mapenzi ya kifua. Juu anaweza kuacha juu amse ameunga kwa toja. So Nakuru place nimetoka, wasanii na wachezaji wa mpira wako so sad yetu wanakuwa kuwe na furaha. Hii ni after kurealize kiwanja imefunguliwa online lakini juu corruption kwa grao imefungwa. Na sports city ni fake kama GenZ ulichagua kwa parliament. So dear Mr. President, let's talk about IMF. Where just like your friends abroad umefanya Kenya na madeni zimekuwa ma BFF. Wewe unaenda kudiscuss issues za vibanda kwa KEF. Na Kenya we have a very prayerful nation. Wameamua kuwork hand in hand na maghost worker. Huko apart from bathing wezi pata waoga. Na nasema Nairobi tunaambia serikali maisha imekuwa costly alafu wanatupeleka coastal. Na ndio endelee kupractice political prostitution, wanaamua nani hata mkubwa wa magoldiga kuwe Joho.
Power to the people! Power to the people! Power to the people! Power, power! Power, power! We are here to reclaim our country, to redeem our country, and to repossess our country. Because our country has been taken hostage.
Cost of living, guys, is too high. And for me, for my safety, if at all the government cannot protect themselves, how can they protect us? So I hope what has happened here today will make them see that we are not alone.
Our people united. Our people can never be defeated. Our people united can never be defeated.
Mr. President, we are tired of you. Mr. President, can you please stop killing Kenyans? Mr. President, can you please think about our future?
Viva, viva! Viva, viva! Viva, viva!
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
from minors illegally arrested.
Tunanyamaza aje na ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka.
To South Sudan tenants rejected.
And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese.
Are artists under siege?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa.
Henry the whistleblower gets new teeth.
Yeah, look on the motor, look on the sound.
Parliament, we are coming for you, we are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Elvis today and my name is Elvis Derry. Police officers from Molem Police Station from Embakasi West, they have been trending recently after they went on to arrest anybody they encountered on the streets. They even went on ahead to arrest underage children who were sent by their parents to go and buy supper at night. The parents later on decided to go to the police station to protest the unlawful arrest of the residents in that area and also the unlawful arrests of their children. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Wote kwanza wanafanya kazi, wote ni walenge. Sio poa bwana. Sio poa.
Tunanyamaza aje na ni watoto na mtoto ametumwa kwa duka. Kwa duka, imagine kwa duka. Nimetuma mtoto unga. Na nimeacha kuanzia asubuhi wameshinda njaa. Alafu sasa hivi wanachukua mtoto na unga wanafungia ndani.
Mimi nakuja kuuliza mfungo wangu ako wapi? Mfungo wangu ako wapi? Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali. Hiyo ndio swali. Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali tunauliza, ameipia nani? Ambaye sisi hata kushika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Kiororera hapa mnashika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Tulieni hapo nimechukua.
A South Sudanese comrade, she complained that she was denied and rejected from renting an apartment in Kenya. Just listen to her story before I give out my own opinion.
I'm so sure I'm not the only South Sudanese who has been told this. So I was going to look for a house. Yeah, I'm a South Sudanese staying in Kenya, yeah. And then there's this beautiful apartment, I went, and before I proceeded to the office, you'll obviously inquire a little from the watchman, yeah. So I asked the watchman if there's a vacant house, and he's like, no, there is no house. And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. Yes, if you can't tell from, you can either tell from my physical appearance or from my bracelet. I'm always wearing my South Sudanese flag bracelet. So he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. And we were speaking in Kiswahili, by the way. And I'm like, why would you say that? And then he's like, because you're usually staying 100 people in one house. And I'm like, what? Huh? And that time I'm even like, how do I even defend myself from this? Let me tell you all something. When you compare the dependency ratio or the number of people that stay in a South Sudanese house compared to other nationalities, by the way, I was not so offended because a part of that is true, but this is beyond our control for some people. Because you might find, for example, let me use myself as an example. we are 8 siblings, yeah? And then my mother, and then my late father. Like, I'm just saying, if we were to stay together, because all my siblings are scattered by the way, but if we were to stay together as a full nuclear family, we would make like a family of 10.
This is totally wrong, unacceptable, and very sad to hear. My heart goes out to this comrade and to all those South Sudanese men and women who have faced a similar discrimination in Kenya. We all know that South Sudan has faced complex set of challenges over the years, contributing to its economic struggles. So many Kenyans are working, studying, and living in different parts of Africa. And so many Africans also living here in Kenya, studying and working here. We are all Africans at the end of the day. These borders that you see here in Africa, they were set up by the colonizers, not us Africans. So let us learn to live, help one another, and to live together as one people, as one community. There should be nothing like you come from West Africa, you come from North Africa, Central or East Africa. Let us not have that discrimination mindset among ourselves towards our fellow Africans. Let us not practice xenophobia in our own country. And to this comrade out there, if you're watching this video, send us the name of the apartment. Even if you have the number of the owners of those apartments, send us those numbers and those names so that you can send them some good greetings, because I believe they deserve it.
But South Sudanese stay 100 people in a... Oh my God, like, that was so embarrassing and painful. Anyway, life goes on.
Our president, Kasongo himself, has done it again. He went on to lie about the Grammys being held in Kenya in the year 2025. But the Grammy organizers went on and they denied receiving $5 million from the Kenyan government. And also, they said that the Grammys will not be held in Nairobi, Kenya, but in Los Angeles. Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So the guys who organized the Grammys have come out and said that they have not received any money from any foreign government because they are not for-profit organizations, so they can't do that. And they've confirmed that the Grammys of 2025 are going to be held somewhere in Los Angeles, not in Nairobi, Kenya. Imagine, this is so embarrassing. And why lie internationally? At least us guys, we understand you. But now, because these things are making international news. You tell Kenyans the Grammys are going to be held in LA, and Kenyans will go and ask the Grammys or the organizers, is this being held there? There's people lying to Nabi, which is making his situation worse, because it's just like, who is surrounding him? Who is advising him? I know he's a one-man show. Like Gashagwa said, did you hear that? He was injected.
An incident of assault has been reported at Ruiru Sub-County Hospital, where a man was going to visit his wife in labor. He was violently attacked by a security officer from State Security Services Limited, and he was denied entry to go and see his wife, despite the hospital being a public facility. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Hivi ndio mnafanya kwa hospitali, si ndio? Acha vita na yeye. Hivyo ndio mnafanya. Ndio nakuuliza, hivyo ndio mnafanya, si ndio? Kwa hivyo mgonjwa atembee kutoka kwa ward mpaka hapa sababu umesimama kwa gate unataka kuzuia mtu kuingia. Si ndio? Huyu mzee anafikiria aje? Wewe uko na familia wewe? Uko na watoto? Uko na watoto?
Wacha. Sawa.
Huyu mzee anafaa kuwa anafikiria. Namwambia niko na mgonjwa na hana mtu. Nimetoka mbali kufika hapa, unataka kunizuia kupeana bag peke yake na nitoka nje.
We are always here every day fighting for good governance, better governance, and a better future, and a better Kenya for all. But it seems like there's some celebrities, some artists who are not with us. Like Guardian Angel, he went on to stand up for the president, praising the president. And I'm just wondering, are they not seeing what we are seeing? Just listen to what Guardian Angel had to say about the president.
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we. Nasema mi unaweza nitukana hivyo. Juu mi ni boys bana. Maybe si ni age mates. Ama unanishinda rika. Kama mi washai nipasha sana washenzi. Lakini hiyo nishtui. Unajua life yangu iko mzuri. Unajua But mse bro, hata Biblia unajua inasema leaders. Sijui ni verse gani, I think unaweza utatupostia hiyo verse. Mali Biblia inasema kwamba kiongozi anachaguliwa na Mungu. Anapewa hiyo responsibility na Mungu. Na wale watu wanaongozwa na huyo kiongozi wamepewa wako mandated kuona huyo kiongozi. So hapo kwa hiyo verse nilitafuta kutry kuangalia mahali wanasema lazima huyu kiongozi akwe mwenye amefanya kile unataka ndio muona. Hiyo pata kuna the fact that yeye ni kiongozi, kuna ile heshima fulani anahitaji kupewa.
This is just some PR. Just because the president shared one of your songs on his page, now you want to tell us that now the Kenyans are living the best lives ever? Get an angel? Seriously?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we.
We all know Henry Omondi, Henry the whistleblower, the young man who went to fight for JKA until the Adani deal was dropped, was cancelled. Courtesy of Eric Omondi, he took his first flight. Just take a look. And that's not all. Thanks to Port Florence Dentists, Hospital in Kisumu, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK, Henry Omondi got his new pair of teeth. Just take a look.
What's up guys, Eric Omondi, President of Comedy Africa. Niko hapa na ndugu yangu Henry Omondi mazee. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mungu halali. Finally, Henry akona onyeshe meno. Finally, ndugu yetu amepata meno mazee. Thank you so much St. Stephen's SEK Kisumu. Inaitwaje? Yeah? Port Florence. Thank you very much Port Florence Kisumu, St. Stephen's SEK, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK. God bless you. Tumepatia ndugu yetu smile. Wapatie tena. Haiyelele. Wapate He has all his teeth, man.
A Kenyan comedian decided to go and inject and also imitate Mutahi Kagwe after he was elected as the new agriculture CS. Just take a look at this video.
Good afternoon, fellow Kenyans. So in the last 24 hours, we have only registered 8 cases of cows and goats which has been vaccinated. This is not a surprising number, and it is very frustrating for us. And we want to ask our farmers to accept their animals to be vaccinated. We want to tell farmers, we are going to arrest all the cows which has not been vaccinated, and we are going to put them in a quarantine until they are vaccinated. We are also going to put a lockdown. We are not going to accept cows which has not been vaccinated to be transported from one county to the other. We also want to put curfews in cattle dips and in other places where cattle go. But if your cow is not vaccinated, you are going to put a curfew. It will not going to be allowed into a cattle dip. Because we have to take this thing seriously so that we can save our global, because of the global warming, and we can help these animals to stop fatting. We want us to ask you people to buy your cows masks, so that you can protect them from being attacked by diseases. And I want to tell you very easy things. That if you treat your cows normally, your cows are going to treat you abnormally.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even Rapture the scientist, a comedian, decided to go and inject. And this is what he had to say.
William Samoei Ruto. Ni nini nasumbua huyu jamaa?
Sakayo. Sakayo.
Sugar. William Ruto ni muongo, kila mtu anajua. As in, hii ni fact, kila mtu anajua. William Ruto ameambia Wakenya uongo, but kuna uongo moja ambaye amesema kubwa kuliko uongo zingine zote. Zote. Na hiyo uongo ni ati anapenda Mungu. William Ruto hapendi Mungu. William Ruto anapenda mapasta. Yangalia Charlene Ruto, amekelewa mkono kwa forehead baka nywele imeisha.
So, viewers, if you are given a chance to go and spend a day with Kasongo, would you do it? Will you take the challenge? Just take a look at this video showing you about spending a day with the president. Take a look.
Umetokea aje iko vizuri. Sawa? Sawa, lakini mmenipatia kitu transparent bwana.
Tutaedit
bwana, tumetenga bilioni 10 bwana.
Bwana, usijali.
Bilioni 10. Bwana tu hakukuwa na kitu bwana.
Hii achana.
Haya, chukua hii. Tutaedit.
Tutaedit. Kuna ngoma nyingine nilikuwa nataka kuweka.
Gani hiyo?
Ya Samawoka.
Ya Samawoka?
Yeah. Iko sawa mkubwa.
Okay, sina shida lakini tunaweza tafuta ya Sama Flyer.
Sama Flyer.
Kasongo Chai. Continue. Mombari nanga. Kasongo.
Pull up.
Are you normal?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming for you.
From corruption caught on camera
Ni kusimama pale na kuokota pesa the whole year.
to criminals arrested.
Squat hapo.
Will police wear body cameras?
We are working on introducing what has worked in other jurisdictions for the police, what we are calling the body cameras.
Racism in Kenya.
But apparently some of them, they just want white people. Is that not crazy? That is so wrong.
Parliament, we are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. Corruption. Kenyans, are you tired of hearing this word, corruption? For how long will you keep on hearing about corruption scandals in our country? Some police officers, they were caught live on camera taking bribes in broad daylight at Manyanja Road. Let's take a look.
So, make me understand. So, for matatus to operate in this city, lazima wape polisi pesa. Like, lazima tu. Like, it's legal. It's part of our constitution. What is it? Like, when did we normalize this? This is Manyanja Road. The only thing kitu wenye polisi wamekuwa kifanya the whole year ni kusimama pale na kuokota pesa the whole year, especially forward travelers. Akia nani yezi pita hapa kama itapeana pesa? Ama kuna afisi zenye ni polisi huokota za matatu na hatujui, ama like when did we get to a point that tuko like corruption ya traffic hatuwezani nayo tuikubali, because fighting it is a little bit kidogo ni tricky. We might as well proceed and be a corrupt country. Like, this is a representation of Kenyan traffic police. This is them at work collecting money from matatus. Na ni ukweli serikali iko na mkono mrefu. You see the way they are stretching their hands kwa hizo matatu. Yani ni biashara inaisha ya mbio, yani haraka tu mnanipea mkienda. Yo Kenya. Even though we have corrupt officers in our country, we still have officers out there, men and women in blue, who are doing the right thing, serving the Kenyan people with integrity, pure heart and respect. Like Afare Deno, he's not tarnishing the police force image, but he's actually doing the right thing. He found a family stuck outside at night, and he decided to help them unconditionally. Let's take a look at this video and see how things unfolded.
Shile nini madam? Akoma vitu jo. Leno. Akoma vitu inabidi tumpeleke tukejani. Ni mama kwangu lakini amekata maji. Hadi mpaka mpelingi huyu. Ukopoka nono mtoi. Mimi si yeye. Wewe amekata maji mpaka akiwezi tembea. Mpaka namuuliza nani alimleta. Zange zimekana shi. Leo mlikuwa sherehe. Yeye mwenyewe ndo amejipeleka sherehe kivyake. Ndio ufikishe inga. Ndio utanipata sasa. Ndio. Kisha kwenye tumetumishi kwa wote. Siku zote afande deni. Afande ni deni ndio. Kama gawa siku zote toto.
As we fight corruption in our own country, we are also fighting crime among our people. Police officers from Mudangari police station have arrested 22 goons, criminals, allegedly hired from Gachie to invade land owned by the Teleposta pension scheme on Kingara Road in Lavington. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Scott, kila mtu anashuka kiskoti.
Huyu group.
Huyu ni maganga.
Hebu Scott hapo. Ile jamaa ni wewe.
Huyu ni yangu, huyu ni wetu.
Scott hapo.
Wewe hizo vitu zingine toka, wewe tokeni hizo matalimbo zenyu na hizo vitu zenyu za kazi. Wewe ingia uchukue hizo vitu zenyu.
Chukua hizo taripo. Sasa kaio tumetie pesa maneno mengine yenye hakuna.
Tafuta unga wapi? Tafuta unga, tunataka tu, mimi nataka mniambie huyo mnini. Huyo ndo nataka tu.
These criminals, they stormed the property at 6 a.m. They chased away the guards, looted valuables, and also they went on to dismantle the fence that was erected by the pension scheme. And later on, they loaded those stolen materials, those looted goods, onto their hired counter.
Hawa ndio wakora wanaiba usiku.
Thanks to our police officers, these criminals have been arrested. They have been removed from our streets, and they are currently held at Mudangari police station waiting to be arraigned in court on Friday. A comrade by the name of Kevin Ogola, also a student leader at the Catholic University of East Africa, he went all the way to Milimani law courts, and he courageously, without fear of contradiction, he injected and he asked the judiciary to suspend the new funding model. Let's listen to what our comrade had to say.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Ogola. I am a student leader from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and today I would like to stand in solidarity with all fellow comrades in the city and the suburbs of Kenya that we reject the new funding model in totality because we were not consulted, number one. Number two, we do not know where the country is taking us to. I don't know, if you don't take the academic of the youths seriously, then the future of this country is in danger. Today, I will proudly say that we the students are suffering a lot. From the NHIF scandal to all those kind of scandals, Wadani and all that. Today they are coming to destroy the only hope that we have, and that's academic, because Nelson Mandela said that education is the only powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And Babu Wino also said that education is the only equalizer. Today we will also say as comrades, education is the only thing we have, and if anything should be touched, let it not be education. And we request that let us be respected and justice to be given to the fellow comrades. Thank you.
Do you think it's high time that our police officers should start wearing body cams, just like countries like in the US? And do you think that this will be effective in fighting corruption in this country? Take a look at this.
We are working on introducing what has worked in other jurisdictions for the police, what we are calling the body cameras. And in other jurisdictions, you find with the introduction of these body cameras, in most cases, you end up with a situation where actually the culprits are actually not even the police. Now, this is going to give us a very good opportunity where we are able to play out what is even the level of interaction. What has this person said or discussed with the police even before someone is charged, or either there is an assault or someone has been arrested. And for me, this is something that is going to be a big game changer, not just in helping us fight or curb corruption, but also to deal with other criminal elements or aspects of what we see on a day-to-day basis, particularly where the police are accused of not being good enforcers of law and order.
We are currently going through a lot as a country, but I was shocked to find out that there's also racism that is taking place in our own country. A Kenyan content creator by the name of Miss Trudy, she went to Coasts, and she was shocked to find out that some resorts in Coasts are not allowing black people. Just listen to this.
Everyone wants to talk about it. Everyone is shy, but you know me. So I have to talk about it. Apparently, I'm being told that here in the coast, some of these resorts are biased, so they don't allow black people to come in. Sure. And white people are allowed to come in. They just want, like this guy is saying, they went to the resort, but he doesn't want to be on camera, but these are his hands. He's saying that they went to a resort and then they refused to let them in because they are black. And then the people behind them were white. They let the white people go in, and then the black people were told not to go. And I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. This is our country. You can't do that to us in our country. But some of these resorts have policies. Like this resort here, I guess it's just their policy that people who go to the beach are people who live in the resort. But apparently some of them, they just want white people. Is that not crazy? That is so wrong. Have you ever had such an experience before? Please drop a comment and let us know.
We cannot accept this in our own country, in our own motherland. Those resorts, they deserve greetings. We want to know all the names of those resorts that are practicing racism in our own country.
I'm being told that here in the coast, some of these resorts are biased, so they don't allow black people to come in.
Do you think that some people should be deplatformed? Those fake activists who they are portraying themselves as fighting for Kenyans, fighting for this country, and being on the Kenyan side, at the same time, they're cooperating with corrupt individuals in the government. Just listen to this.
Okay, so I have an issue with a certain group of accounts, especially on Twitter. Okay, there's this group of accounts that became really popular during the protests, or more specifically during the June protests. Okay, and basically they became popular on the platform of advocating for justice and freedom. Okay, and for justice and freedom for all the people that had been murdered, and obviously whatever follows after that. Okay, so you find that most of these accounts, they go to a point now, they're now selling out their platforms to whitewash some funny politicians. Okay, not necessarily just the new accounts, there are even old accounts that are constantly, because if you'll notice that they, especially about this Murang'a Governor Kang'ata, man, accounts are online saying, oh, sijui he's built at sijui tarmac, sijui a dispensary. And the reason they are so irritating, I don't mind you getting your bread, but when you get your bread, declare that you're getting your bread. Okay, because we already said we are done with the whole political class. Okay, you can't be on one tweet you're saying, oh, these politicians are criminal, then on the next week you're saying, oh, this one is working because he has put 200 meters of tarmac and opened a dispensary with 3 maramojas. As in, what the fuck? Are you serious?
The former Minister of Agriculture, Kipruto Rono Arap-Kirwa, he went on and shocked Kenyans and shocked the world after he came out and said that Kenya is now in a good state because we have identified the culprit behind the demise of many government institutions. And he went on and said that the president of Kenya, he's a pathological liar, he's a dictator, micromanager, and also short-tempered. Just listen to this.
Lie less. Lie less. Because the more you lie, the more you are hated.
Why can't you tell him stop lying instead of saying lie less?
Because the guy is a habitual liar. And when somebody is a pathological liar, you cannot stop him. So lie less. Number 2, we are happy he has been identified the way we have always known him. But the mistake I made even 3 years ago, going back to work with him, is because I thought he's now mature. He has interacted with many institutions, including getting to the level of deputy president. And for the first few months, we worked very well. Until I realized this guy will never stop lying. Then I walked away. Today I've been vindicated that he's a liar, micromanager, a dictator, short on temper. You realize the other day he was abusing his voters, that they are stupid. Yes, they could be stupid because they voted for him. He was saying they are evil. They could be evil because they voted evil into power. Saying, yes, they may be, was it Fepo Mbaya? Chafu. It was not Mbaya, Chafu. Yes, they could have that Fepo because he is the owner of exuding the power to influence society. So he has influenced us until we are also Pepo Chafu, kama yeye.
Are you also faceless anarchists? Because in June they were profiled as faceless anarchists.
Well, I don't know whether they were faceless or they were not able to decipher that this was anger emanating from inside.
Kenyans, the government cannot have anti-people policies and expect Kenyans to be quiet. Expect me, Elvis Derry, to be quiet. The government should be able to handle criticism without arresting the criticizer or even abducting the criticizer. Being a critic is not a crime. Being a critic is part of being a patriot in a country. Just listen to this.
Wanasiasa wa Kenya wamekuwa waki throw tantrums about being criticized, especially online. I want to say this. Kukuwa mzalendo, a big part of being a patriot is being an objective critic. Mwaka 1983, Chinua Achebe alikuwa ameandika essay refu sana inaitwa The Trouble with Nigeria. And I encourage everyone, tafadhali, tafuta hiyo essay uisome. Kuna mali Achebe anaongelea mambo ya patriotism and he says a lot. But one of the things that stands out is this. He says, patriotism is an emotion of love directed by a critical intelligence. A true patriot will always demand the highest standards of his country and accept nothing but the best for and from his people. Alafu Achebe anaendelea anasema hivi, true patriotism is possible only when the people who rule and those under their power have a common and genuine goal of maintaining the dispensation under which the nation lives. Anaendelea anasema hivi, sikizeni vizuri. This will in turn only happen if the nation is ruled justly, if the welfare of all the people rather than the advantages of the few becomes the cornerstone of public policy. Wewe jiulize, public policy za Kenya inafaidi nani? Wachache wenye nchi ama wengi wananchi? Hawana siasa wenye wanatishia wa Kenya, wenye wanasema wa Kenya sio wazalendo. They are so out of touch with reality. Hawana self-awareness. Wezi expect wa Kenya wakupigie makofi, wajifunge macho, wajifanya nika kila kitu iko sawa. Nasikia moja akisema Kenya inasonga mbele. Kenya gani hiyo inasonga mbele boss? Na wananchi wako njaa. Madaktari wanajimada juu ya kutolipwa. Hakuna usalama, hakuna kazi. Wa Kenya wanauzwa Uarabuni kama wanyama. And you expect people to be silent and sing your praises and clap for you.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow GenZs, we will not and we will never stop injecting. We will never stop fighting for good governance, good leadership, and a good and better future for this country. And can your politician that you voted for, can they do this? Take a look at this video.
My people, just look at how beautiful this place is. And this is Ruiru. This is not Europe. Look at how amazing this is. Angalia miti. Trees are planted in a straight line. Aha. Walkway. Ndio hiyo, pedestrians walk here. Very nice. Kuja hapa. Drainage. Very, very nice. Songa pale. Look at the road. Very well marked. Center line yellow. White. It's nice, man. Like, when you come here to walk, you feel good. You feel like, yeah, this is the life I should be living, you know? There's no hustle, there's no worry. You're not worried about mtu atakupiga ngeta, ama sijui mtu atakugonga, ama ni, no, you just walk. Listen to your music, you know? Enjoy life, man. And this is what everyone in Kenya should live, you know? Mwenye alitengeneza hii barabara anafaa kupigiwa kayamba. This is what we want in this country.
Proper maintenance is done, I think, weekly or after 3 days, I'm not sure.
So please, let us create a good life in Kenya. So we don't have to go to Europe to see organized things. Because at the end of the day, we all deserve.
Let me take you guys all the way to Uganda, where a mysterious illness, locally known as Dinga Dinga in Uganda, has affected young women and girls, leaving them shaking and dancing uncontrollably. But this illness can also be treated using antibiotics. Let's take a look at how these young women and girls were affected.
You are recovering. It has just started. Hey, what is it? Hey, I'll tell you what's on it.
But up your even the eating whatever is good, the appetite.
So Kenyans, if you are asked today, which current politician in Kenya that you don't like, who will you say? Listen to this.
Bro, ni politician gani huwa anakubo?
Politicians. Mwenye huu ni bo. Kenya ma? Hapa Kenya politician. Oscar Sudi.
Kwa nini?
Oscar Sudi kujigamba na saa ya 1 million na watoto wako children's home badala apeleke hiyo pesa wakule children's home. Sipendi Oscar Sudi, simpendi.
Mwambie kitu.
Politician mimi utukia.
Mwambie kitu.
Oscar Sudi, ungekuwa unaringa na wewe ni mweupe sawa. Ungekuwa unaringa na wewe ni light skin sawa. Oscar Sudi wewe na makani kitu. Na unaringa wewe ni nani? Wewe ni masufuria na mapekele na mavijiko, change your mind.
came as a guest. We gave you the best, somewhere to rest. But now you moving against us, you making a mess. You gotta address this mess in front of the press. Ni wapi ulipeleka pesa? We did the inspection, we seen you got a collection. We seen you building a mansion 2 months after the election. Whoa, you doubled your net worth, you must have been doing your best work. Got billionaires in your network and the youth can't even get work. We gotta watch you, we gotta watch you, we gotta watch you, we gotta watch you. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha, hesabu wangapi wajapatikana tangu walinaswa.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Raila Odinga losing African Union chairmanship seat,
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
to Deputy President Kithure Kindiki chased away. Did Raila Odinga betray the GenZs?
Wajira, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country.
Member of Parliament Peter Salasa celebrates Raila's downfall.
Ali ndio mwenyekiti mpya wa ANC. Gani? Sasa ona.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadis ya baba.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. The former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, he was running for the African Union Commission chairmanship, but he lost. And Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf was declared the winner. Take a look.
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
After Mohamed Ali Yusuf winning the African Union Commission chairmanship, he went on to say that they had more power, more money, more big friends, but we defeated them because of God. And he delivered this speech in Djibouti.
ومعجزتي مدحوينه الشيغي علبا نغا هوريي نغا عود بدن نغا مال بدن نغا دد بدن نغا محان كداهي واحد دونتين راعيه هدنا الهي بايري محمود علي يوسف با غوليسن.
After Raila Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, it sent shockwaves in Kenya and around Africa. And a Kenyan politician by the name of Peter Salasia, he could not hold his tongue, and this is what he had to say.
Mambo imeenda aje? Amepita. Ama bara amepita. Mohamed Yusuf Ali ndio mwenye kiti mpya wa LC. Gani? Sasa ona hii maneno hii. Unajua tamaa ni kitu mbaya sana. Kama baba angetulia tu, aache huyu jamaa afanye tu all blunders zake zote. Pesa yenye baba mpana ni mingi. Yenye angesema tu mimi hata sina haja na pesa. Jamaa wanamcheza. Because mimi nilisema jana ya kwamba uliona wale wa SADC walitoa position. Mimi ni member wa committee nyingine inaitwa Regional Integration. And mimi naelewa maneno ya integration. Ya kwamba kama sisi EACC iko under sisi, angekuwa ameanza na hawa EACC yani East African Community ambayo Djibouti is not a member. A convince Uganda, Kenya na hizi ambiane reserve na tuandike statement because huyo ndio mwenye akukatika eneo letu peke yake.
So if you ask yourselves, why did Raila Amolo Odinga lose the African Union Commission chairmanship? What would you say? Listen to this.
Why did we lose, Why did Baba lose? And she told me that Kenya does not have a very good name out there. And it's not because we are bad people. People think of us as being, this was her exact answer, that there was an election going on at the Pan-African level, and Kenya had presented a candidate, and when they were campaigning, she told me someone from Morocco just came and told her, you know what, you guys are not going to win. And she asked why. She was told, you people are too loud and obnoxious.
Despite the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni showed his support towards Raila, and this is what he said.
There was a young man from Djibouti, he came. The young man I normally see him that he's a minister. He came and told me that he was the one who was the candidate for Djibouti. Of course, I greeted him well. We took photographs. We had a cup of tea. But I told him, I said, no. I actually told him that I was coming here to support Right Honorable Raila because he's a candidate who is fit for this job.
While Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni showed tremendous support for former Prime Minister of Kenya Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, Professor Vile Lumumba had a different opinion. He said that at the age of 80, Raila Amolo Odinga should be thinking about his family and writing his final book. Listen to this.
I pray and hope that Mr. Odinga will not listen to his immediate circle, that he does not get into Kenyan politics at 80. Let me repeat, at 80 years of age, it is his time now to reflect, to be on the speaking circuit. If he has a foundation, it is his time now to do what the late Sam Nujoma did. Went to the farm, and what Mandela did, went to the farm and said, don't call me unless I call you. When he does that, he will be respected. Let him write his final book. If he did that, but if he is persuaded by his political hangers-on, who will tell him we are going to be orphans and who want to use his name to come to parliament, to go to Senate or to be governors, he will be embarrassed. He will be embarrassed. Of course, his base constituency will always be with him.
All right.
But his value in the political mortgage market is thoroughly compromised. Of course, the president, given the nature of our ethnic politics, will want to tangle with him. But this is the time for Kenya to re-examine. I was intimately involved in the process of constitution making. And one of the things that we did was to say that we wanted to create political parties which were of national character. Unfortunately, that has failed.
We all know that Raila Amolo Odinga has been in the political game for quite some time, like he has been there since forever. One of his diehard supporters, she came around and expressed disgust in his politics, advising him to exit the stage and leave it for the younger people, the younger politicians, the Gen Zs. Listen to this.
Baba, I'm so mad with you. How could you do that to us? How on earth? When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja na we. Who are we? What people have been talking about you, I've been your supporter for the last over 20 years. People have come with so many stories about you, the way you are a con man. We tetea you, we say no, Baba is good and he's trying to bring us out of this shit that the other people are. Baba, I am so mad. I am so mad. When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja to we have discussed and we have accepted. You and who? You, wewe na nani? The last time I saw you, and I was still digesting this, I saw you in Uganda with Museveni and Ruto in Museveni's shamba. People were mocking us, your supporters, saying, here is your con man with the killers. I was still digesting that. But now, nimekutoka. Kura ikipigwa leo, ujipeleke kiwanjani, you will get 100 votes. Toka hapo. Tokayo. Muluya anasema tokayo. Wachia watoto. Mumeshindwa, wachieni watoto wetu wafanye kazi. Who sent you? Ni nani alikutuma? The day these kids started the movement, walikuambia vizuri, Baba, you have fought for us, tuachie. Na ukasema yes. Imekuwaje sasa umeenda ni kinyume after watoto wetu wameuawa? You're going to say that we have decided. You and who?
Kenyans, after Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Commission chairmanship, do you think that devolution will work this time round? Do you think that we need to fix this mess of devolution? Listen to this.
Watu wenye wote wana support Raila na Ruto, be it government bloggers ama politicians, endeleeni kupiga kelele X. We really don't care. Amwezi to blackmail emotionally, mkitu unpatriotic alafu mnafikiria we are bothered by being called unpatriotic. If we're being honest with ourselves, the only thing Baba has done for this country other than kupiga kelele after every election is devolution. And devolution as we know it has turned out to be the biggest scam this country has ever seen. So yeah, keep calling us unpatriotic, keep saying that we are giving this country a bad rep. Endeleeni kusema tunaibisha hii country, but mjue nyinyi ndo mlianza kuibisha hii country before we did. Sisi tulichukulia tu mahali wazimu yenu iliishia ndo yetu ilianzia. And yeah, before I forget, Baba alipoteza AUC set. And a lot of Kenyans, myself included, are very happy about it. Now the next government that is coming into office, you people need to fix this mess called devolution. Instead of moving forward, ile pesa inaibiwa kwa hii government right now as we speak is just despicable. Tungebaki tu na provinces, hii country ingepemenda mbali sana.
We all have seen President William Ruto supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship. But Kenyans, do you know who was Raila's chief campaigner? Listen to what Honorable Willis Evans Otieno had to say.
Who decampaigned Raila Odinga first to all the African heads of states? When Raila was the AU Special Envoy on Infrastructure, one of the first things William Ruto did was to write to the AU to demand that Raila Odinga be removed as the Special Envoy of the AU on Infrastructure. And the AU removed him. Raila actually had to stand down as the Special Envoy of the AU. Now, you wrote to the same body, to the same presidents, telling them this man is destabilizing my country. Then now you go back to them and ask them, can you please make this man the chairman of the same commission? I mean, it's ridiculous.
A few months ago, Raila Amolo Odinga was advised to separate himself from President William Ruto. Apostle Michael Band sent a strong message to Raila Amolo Odinga, but it seems like his advice of separation fell into deaf ears. Listen to this.
Odinga, this is the second time the voice of God. Separate yourself from William Samoei Ruto. You have up to June this year. 6 months exactly from now. Separate yourself from William Ruto. If you don't, what will happen after that? Don't blame anyone. Don't say you are not.
We all remember during the Gen Z protests, Raila Amolo Odinga betrayed the Kenyan people. He betrayed the Gen Zs, going for a handshake with the Kenya Kwanza regime. That was the highest amount of betrayal. And he betrayed the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs have been seeing Raila Amolo Odinga for years, fighting. But he went on and turned his back on the people. Just take a look at how Wanjiru injecting on live TV.
Let Wanjiru speak.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be talking about Raila
But let me say something about that.
No.
I will say something about that. Wanjira, you will be disciplined on this show so that
I am very disciplined. It is you bringing Raila into this conversation.
So let me say this about Raila.
You don't want
He betrayed us.
Okay, hold on. Wanjiru, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country. And had Raila joined us, we would be having a very different conversation right now. So we cannot start bringing him here and talking about how he was not respected. I don't know what. All of that history, honestly, was rubbished the day he betrayed the GenZ movement. History will not absolve him. That happened when he was fighting Moi and whatnot, but when the people needed him, he turned his back on the people. There is no forgetting that. And also, when you talk about discipline from the young people, I think the Gen Zs have been absolutely disciplined in defending the dignity of the Kenyan people. That is the discipline we need to talk about. They have absolutely fought to the nail that the Constitution of Kenya is respected and upheld, that human rights are respected and upheld, that the Constitution is what dictates the politics of the country. And when Farah Malim comes and say, I'm going to kill 5,000 Gen Zs, when somebody says, if you give me 3 days, I'm going to, all of that happens, and then we want to look at the indiscipline of the people. What about the indiscipline of the oppressors? Who really should be talking about indiscipline from the other?
So dear Gen Zs, can you forgive Raila Amolo Odinga? Yes, we can forgive Raila Amolo Odinga, but there's only one thing that the Gen Zs can never and will never forgive, and is this. Take a look.
Вы умеете прощать? Да. Но не все. А что невозможно простить? Предательство.
Despite Raila Amolo Odinga turning his back on the people, betraying the Gen Zs, politician Millie Odhiambo had a different view and a different opinion. And this is what he said about those people who are criticizing Raila Amolo Odinga. Listen to this.
I've seen a narrative that people are trying to sell, that Raila always loses. Honorable Raila was a member of Langata for many years. Madam Speaker, he even resigned his position and went for by-election and won. And he has served as Prime Minister. And the one who is saying Raila would never will never win anything, has never even won a village elder position, and will never win a village elder position. So really, be factual and wish your fellow Kenyan well.